Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are you guys doing? I worked really hard to be early today because I've been late every other day. so we are well, early on time, whatever it is. One of those two things. Oh my goodness. So today is Good Friday. Today is Good Friday. And that means that this is Easter weekend. There are a lot of people doing stuff, hanging out with, probably not as many as normal, but hanging out with family, hanging out with friends, observing their religious holidays. And so tonight is just a good fun Friday. So we're going to keep it cool, keep it chill. I've got a little bit of a lawsuit story for you. I stumbled upon this today. I had no idea this has occurred, and it occurred to me that if I don't know, there's possibly at least one or two other people who don't know. But I'm going to tell you a story from all the way back in 2020 when a woman sued Kiwi Farms, whose name was not Melinda Scott and not Russell Greer. So that is the story we're going to cover today. I will tell you, I have been reading her book. It is something. It is something. It is not Gail Schuler. Nope. Her name is Pamela Swain. Wolfgang Deo, normally it should be on Ricada Law Live. However, since my archive channel got a strike, and it has not been removed yet, I am unable to upload to Ricada Law Live right now. So, I'll talk about it in just a second with the archive stuff. Why is this chat window so small now? Oh my gosh. There we go. I had it the right size, but it shrunk. So anyway, I hope you guys are having a good day. I am. I'm having a good day. Mango Pepsi is too sweet, Lord Cow. You are correct. Check my Discord DM, please. I don't have Discord on this computer, Gelth, so I can't. Actually, that's not true. I have Discord on this computer. I'm not signed into it, and I don't remember any of the login information because it just signs in automatically. So I have to sign in somewhere else, and I'm not doing it right now. My bad. All right. So we're going to be covering this Pamela Swain story in just a little bit. That's the main story tonight. Probably going to look at a couple other things just for fun, but I do need to go ahead and address, I guess, what's going on with the archives and stuff like that. But I just wanted to chat a little bit. I say this knowing full well that I'll end up being shown wrong, especially because I have this bottle of Florida whiskey. It's a Florida rye whiskey. But I don't know if we're going to go the full time tonight. Like I said, it's a holiday weekend, and I'm just here for some fun times. But yeah, I had a massage today, so my body's like loose but sore at the same time, which is nice. And yeah. And Fenrir, I got the email. I will probably put it up on stream in a little bit. Jim Horman, what about the thing you've been trying to talk about all week but keep running out of time? Maybe we'll do that too. Who knows? Oh my gosh. James Monroe, it was an Asian massage actually. It ended up being one because my massage therapist was Asian, but it was not at an Asian massage place. So it was just a happenstance Asian massage rather than an intentional one. And as we know, with all of the anti-Asian rhetoric going around, no one would go into an Asian massage parlor in Florida. And that has nothing to do with disease. It has everything to do with getting caught like Robert Kraft. Don't do it. Don't do it. Shiki, no. Not at all. But I do feel good. It was a thorough workover, so that was nice. But let's see. Oh man, my brain is on slow mode right now, right? Like everybody says put the chat on slow mode, and my whole brain is there. So and I will say I very much like being on vacation, but I'm also very anxious to get back to my own space. Looks like I'm a ginger on video. It's just the lighting difference. This is the soft white lighting. And in my office, I have the bright, clinical, horrific lighting. So that's what goes. That's what's going on. But yeah, not really easy to change it. Okay. Gosh, why my brain is dying. So I wanted to address a couple things today. In addition to the story we're going to tell. I've got a couple fun things to go over. Like I said, it's Good Fun Friday, and one of them I'm going to start with right now because this is what you got to do. You got to start the night off right. And what has gotten the most positive responses lately and the most active and happy and definitely not annoyed with me commentary lately has been coverage of the Matt Gaetz growing sort of scandal, which, regardless of what Matt Gaetz has done or not done, okay? Regardless of that, he is definitely under attack. It is a full-on push. It's a full-on push on Matt Gaetz. And he is, like I said, I think his initial response and his initial coverage going on Tucker was not handled well. And I just wanted to give a small update. I'm not going to focus on it very long. But as evidence that I think his thing is not being handled well, his response, his communications director resigned, I believe, today. So either his communications director resigned or was asked to resign. That isn't entirely clear. One of those two things. But I can think of two possibilities there. One, either the communications director is not super happy with how the response is going, maybe because Matt isn't following his advice, or two, Matt had been following his advice and ended up asking him to resign because it was bad advice. Not really sure which one, but I'm going to take that as some edification that, yeah, this response is not going very well. Now, I hope he turns it around. Because if he's not a bad guy, then I don't want him to be labeled as a bad guy. So I do hope that whatever the truth is bears out, and that the scandal can be moved past one way or the other. I mean, whichever way it turns out would be great, but it is just a bungled response. But yeah, he is under quite a bit of attack. I saw they're trying to link him to this Joel Joel whoever. They mentioned him in that New York Times article, but they didn't really link the two of them together in that New York Times article. However, there's some messages that came out, some texts between that guy and his employer from back a couple years ago. And those have been established as, I guess, the link for the investigation, which that guy appears to have been procuring fake IDs. And Matt Gaetz was at the office of this guy after hours where he allegedly made fake IDs. This does not mean that Matt Gaetz asked for a fake ID. Does not mean he had any knowledge of fake IDs or anything else like that. I want to make that clear. I'm just talking about the story about how they were linked together. And it was him being at this person's office. It was some sort of tax office. And then the other guy, this Joel guy, he, I guess, ended up having a text message thread with his supervisor who asked if he was there that day. And he's like, yeah, did I leave something on or whatever? Like, how'd you know that I was there? I was showing Congressman Gaetz around, and he asked to like make an emergency ID for Matt Gaetz or something like that. I mean, I don't know about you, but I have to go sit in line for a while to get an ID, but I guess that's the perks of being a congressman. But anyway, so that's what was going on apparently, and that's how all this stuff got started. So, long story short, don't do anything by text. Don't do it. Don't do anything by text. Don't do that. That's my advice to you. Don't do anything by text. So I've got this Red Drum Florida rye whiskey that I'm going to try here. I have not taken my shot from last night. I will in a minute. This is not the best rye whiskey. Not Red Run, Red Drum. Not the best rye whiskey at all, actually. Not super happy with it. Okay. Phoenix Lord Osserman, because the Overlord is entrenched in 2 lawsuits right now. This is not great. I do not give the Ricada Law seal of approval on Red Drum rye whiskey. Oh, God. Good thing it wasn't that expensive. It's not good at all. Welcome, by the way, to the RGE raid. I hear RGE stands with Bullet. And, well, I think Bullet probably got his. Although I actually have no idea. I have not watched the last issue or last episode of Redo of Healer. I haven't watched it. So, God, this is gross. Yuck. Okay. Teddy Richards. Thanks, buddy. I love your content too. Yeah, Gerard Garvin. Russell Greer is suing Josh, and what's her face? Melinda Scott is suing Josh. Those are the 2 lawsuits. Right now, the lawsuit I'm about to tell you about was completed last year. So we're going to do that. Hey, what's up, Uncivil? By the way, Uncivil was covering a very, very interesting case earlier today, and I'll probably be talking about it maybe over the weekend or early next week in some short videos. And we'll be watching for the result. But it's a Supreme Court case where a guy had threatened to kill himself, and then several hours had elapsed, and then the police showed up, and the wife was still a little concerned that he might be a danger to himself, so they removed him from the home. They took him to a hospital, for a mental health check, mental health hold, like a Baker Act or whatever. And then that's all relatively fine. Actually, I believe the wife consented to all that. The weird part is what else the cops did. The cops went and they searched the house, and they took firearms from the house. So importantly, not firearms that were in plain view, nothing like that, but they conducted an extra search and seized firearms along with seizing the person. And then they refused to return those firearms for at all. Like they refused to return them. And then the man and the woman had to sue the state to retrieve the firearms. And that is now in the Supreme Court. Was that a proper seizure? There was no warrant of any kind for either act. And so it's pretty interesting case that's been going on. So, and so we'll be talking about that. But Uncivil Law listened to the arguments today, the Supreme Court arguments on his live stream. Those are always really interesting, very deep dives into legal analysis. And you hear some of the better lawyers in the country, arguing with the 9 Supreme Court justices who are all, by default, the best constitutional lawyers in the country. There actually can't be a better constitutional lawyer than the one who gets to define what the Constitution says. So even if we think they're wrong or stupid sometimes, they are by default the best. It's like the king is always the best king because whatever he chooses is correct. But anyway, so it was a great stream on Uncivil Law's channel. I got to listen to a significant portion of it, which I don't normally get to do, but it was good stuff. It was good stuff. Very, very interesting to see the different judicial perspectives, and it'll be interesting to see how they manifest going forward into a decision. I did release a video very late today. If you guys didn't get around to seeing it, the video is about a cheerleader who is going to the Supreme Court to actually stand up for free speech for kids who are in school but speaking while they're not in school. And it's a fascinating case to consider because the implications are very broad. But long story short, this cheerleader didn't make the varsity cheerleading squad. She made the junior varsity cheerleading squad because she's a plebeian or whatever. Just wasn't good enough. And so she made a Snapchat to her friends that said F cheerleading, F school, F something, and F everything, whatever. So she made that. And then what happened next was the school somehow got wind of the Snapchat. Not really sure how, doesn't really matter. And the school decided to suspend her from cheerleading for 1 year because of her words. Well, that is the problem with that is that the school is an agent of the state, and implementing punishments for speech, has to be done in a very specific way. And the double problem there is there's no evidence she was at school when she made the tweet or the Snapchat. I keep saying tweet, but there's no evidence she was at school when she made the Snapchat or that the Snapchat went to people who were at school at the time or anything like that. So it's just a mess. So the question is, can the school implement punishments to a student for activities that are taken or for speech that is done off campus, not during school hours? And the cheerleader has won at the district court level and won at the appellate court level. So the school is appealing this decision to the Supreme Court. The school wants to have control over this. The school thinks that they need to control teenage student speech off campus for some reason. Not quite sure why. Not quite sure why. So typically speaking, just as a brief legal dive into this, not into the case, but into the concept, a school is required to uphold the constitutional rights of students. They are an agent of the state, and the children's constitutional rights exist the entire time they're in school, the entire time they're in class. Now, restrictions on free speech apply while you're in school as well, and they must be a compelling government interest, right? Because these are strict scrutiny, and they must be narrowly tailored to avoid infringing on otherwise protected activity. So here's the idea, right? If a kid is speaking up in class, disrupting the learning environment, the government has a compelling government interest in maintaining a proper learning environment, facilitating a healthy learning environment for all of the students. Therefore, they have a compelling government interest. A teacher telling the kid, hey, knock it off, right? Like stop, is narrowly tailored to just curtail the infringing activity. Like a teacher telling one kid to stop talking doesn't silence any extra speech or prevent kids from voicing their opinions generally. There's just a simple restriction at the time and place, and it's a time, place, and manner restriction essentially during class, in school, and in a manner that is disruptive. If those three things are met, a faculty member is okay to silence the speech of a kid, right? So that's the normal way that they get that. But they get a little bit of extra ability to infringe on speech for the learning environment that is, I'll say it's a little more broad. They get a little more leeway in this. And it's hard to show it with speech, but a really easy way to show it is with things like searches. Children's lockers, for example, are subject to random searches by schools, even though they have a Fourth Amendment right to privacy in their lockers or in their backpacks or whatever. A school has a very low burden to overcome to actually conduct a search of the child's possessions, because if they have some sort of suspicion that there is a dangerous thing, a gun, a knife, drugs, something like that on the student, they have a little bit of a heightened ability and a lower threshold to express their concern to justify the search. And so while a child does ostensibly have Fourth Amendment privacy rights in school, the school has a much easier hurdle to overcome than, say, a cop on the side of the road, right? When you're just walking down a sidewalk, a cop can't just pull you over and be like, hey, I'm going to search your bag because I think, something's in there. They don't have the same justification because they don't have a duty to maintain this safe learning environment that a school does. So schools get a little bit more authoritarian in some places, and they get a little less in others. And I think it's all nonsense, but that's what the Supreme Court has ruled. So the school, long story short, in this case, definitely has some ability to curtail student speech. I mean, heck, schools have no profanity policies. They can suspend students for various speech that would otherwise be legal and protected. They can restrict the time or place or manner that the speech is said. They can do all of these things due to these sort of enhanced authority that a school has due to the environment it must maintain. But there is a limit, and that limit, in my opinion, definitely, I think further, but definitely exists at the door of the school. And if a kid is not in school, I don't think the school should have any ability to curtail their speech at all. That's my personal opinion. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up becoming of that, because it's a very, very interesting case. And it has sweeping implications. Of course, a bunch of whiny parents who don't understand the concepts of liberty are saying, if the Supreme Court allows this girl to say her vulgar speech off campus, then how will the school crack down on cyberbullying? Which is, of course, a completely different question, but that's how these things go. Also, this is going to sound great. you have a constitutionally protected right to cyberbully someone, so long as you don't transcend into criminal activities. And cyberbullying is not typically a crime. Cyberstalking, maybe, right? Like that's a defined statute in most states, and in the federal government, there are cyberstalking laws. But going on to an internet forum and saying, lol, you're retarded, is not actually cyberbullying to a point where speech can be curtailed. So there are plenty of ways to deal with cyberbullying and cyberstalking that have nothing to do with a school imposing restrictions on a student for speech that they make off campus. But yeah, so that's that. Anyway, it's an interesting video. If you want to check it out, you can. All right, now that a bunch of people are in here, let me talk about the archives. I have uploaded archives of the last 2 live streams onto Locals. They are processed at 100%, but for whatever reason, they're not actually releasing on Locals. I don't know why. And unfortunately, it is the Easter weekend. Today was Good Friday. It is the Easter weekend. I don't know that I'm going to get a response prior to Monday on why they're down. So, very, very frustrating. I am trying to get my archive channel backed up to Odyssey, but it doesn't just work because I already claimed this channel on Odyssey. It's not giving me an option to claim the other channel. Maybe I'm a moron. It's very, very possible, but I don't see it. So that's causing a problem there in getting that second channel archived. And I'm hesitant to upload the archives directly to that channel, because if there is a way to automatically do it, I want to figure that out. But that being said, I also can't upload videos over 4 gigabytes to Odyssey. So that's that. So again, for people who wonder why adopting alt tech takes a while, it's because there really is something amazing about what YouTube is able to do, and it's just they have Google money. They have Google money, and that Google money allows them to do a lot of stuff. And from my experience with video sites, the real difference, I don't know what they do, but it's the processing aspect after you upload that is where YouTube really shines. There's some sort of heavy horsepower that needs to happen. And because I don't understand the actual technical process that takes place beyond clicking upload, I do know that there's some sort of post-processing that is done by the server hosting the videos. YouTube is very, very good at dealing with it. And even they have problems with big uploads. Every other place I've been to, that's one of the areas where they struggle. Raging Golden Eagle. Hey, what's up, RGE? He says it's not just Google money. They have over a decade of experience, polish, and bug fixing. Yeah, I agree. They do. But also they have raw horsepower behind them in the actual technical aspects of it. So I'm working on it. But for now, all of the links that I have tweeted out, all the links to the video on Locals that link here to YouTube, all of those will work. I'm not privating those videos until they're available elsewhere. So you can actually go watch them. You just have to either follow me on Locals, ricadalaw.locals.com, check Twitter, Gab, Minds, Fediverse, or what's the other one? Parler. All of the live streams get linked on all these sites right now, and you can find the actual link to each live stream and you can go to that live stream and watch it. They're just unlisted on YouTube. So if you miss one, if you have to pause this one and step away and you're not able to come back and you want to finish it tomorrow, it'll still be here at the exact same URL. I'm not privating these videos until they're available elsewhere, but that's the issue right now. So anyway, that fun stuff aside, thank you, Angry Baneling. I will pin that. I was hoping to get an answer on my archive channel before this week ended and get a good answer where they would remove my strike, even though they said I can no longer appeal it, but I didn't. So I'm still trying to get details on that. Am I on Gab? Yes, I'm on Gab. I'm actually verified on Gab. But I think I'm at Lawsplaining on Gab. Anyway. Okay. Let's do super chats. And then let's start doing this super special case of Pamela. Because woo, Pamela Swain. Did Odyssey enable live streaming for me yet? I don't think so. Let me check. Come on. I'm not seeing a go live button on here. Let me I am up to 561 followers on Odyssey and 875 total views. Awesome. Thank you guys for checking out these videos. It is really, really cool. In all honesty, it is. Oh, hey, I think I may have found the way to sync my other channel. Sync YouTube channel. Add another channel. What? Oh, baby. Let's see if we can do it. We're doing it live. This means once I do this, I can also sync the Ricada Media channel. We'll get this thing going. We'll get this thing going. All right, it's going to take time, but I've got it set up. The Ricada Law Live channel is working. And then oh, hey. Let's get the Ricada Media channel going now. Oh yeah, do it. Do it. Do it. Sweet. We've got both of them going up now. Okay, cool. There we go. I'm glad I found that. I told you I was probably just stupid and wasn't able to find it. I looked around, but it was in a different spot. But yeah, I also on that front, on Odyssey, you know what? Someone left a comment on one of my videos today, and they said, this guy rambles too much and can't stay focused, and that they were unsubscribing. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about at all. But where was I? But the funny thing was, that was on a short video. That was a short video. And I was like, but that wasn't, I wasn't rambly on that one. That was a short video. That was much more focused. So yeah. That was, I understand it on the live stream videos. When someone posts something like that on the live stream videos, I'm like, yeah, it's a live show. Get over it. Get over it. But on the short videos, I was genuinely baffled. So that was weird. But anyway, I do. There is a comment section that it was just driving me nuts today. It was the same guy. I didn't have a lot of interaction. It was the same guy as yesterday that I complained. I think I complained about this yesterday. The guy who was asking me to explain negligence to him in a YouTube comment. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. So then he commented on a different comment for a Kyle Rittenhouse video that Kyle was not legally allowed to have a gun in his possession because he wasn't supervised by an adult. And I was like, read the statute. The statute says it doesn't apply if it's not a short barrel rifle. I don't know how else to say it. He's like, nope. And I just wanted to pull my teeth out, load them into a shotgun, and fire them off into the night. It was madly frustrating. So I can't stand these people. It's like, I've told you, it's in the statute. It's section 3C or whatever. It's right there. Has he called my law office yet? He might have. I haven't been answering the phone because I'm in Florida and I don't want to talk to anybody. Trying to think if I did anything else interesting today. Nope. I literally got a massage. Oh, yeah, except I was reading Pamela Swain's book. But I fully recommend this book, by the way, guys. My highest endorsement possible. It's available on Amazon Kindle for $2. Although you may be able to procure it somewhere else. Just make sure you do it legally. It's the book. I'll pull it up as we're going. I'll pull up the cover for you. It's amazing. It's insight. It is insight into the mind of these people. But let's do super chats and start talking about the case, and we can get to all this stuff. Kiwi Goes Live says, I don't know if you heard, but San Francisco Mayor London Breed made Nick Rekieta an honorary member of the LGBT community, citing his perpetual lateness and gayness this week as a major contributing factor. Kill list. Kiwi Goes Live. Okay. James Spoon says, when did you lose your soul, Nick? It looks like you're a ginger on video. It's just the lighting in this room. It's the lighting in this room. And I have nothing in my hair at all. Just hair. No hairspray or no gel or anything. Andy Lee says, Griftathon, dueling charity streams, you versus EVS for King Grifter's title. And yes, this is a joke. I know it's a joke because I will not do a charity stream. Charity streams are how you get your channel shut down. No, thank you. No, not really interested in that. I will do my own charity personally. Nova Zero says, speaking of cyberbullying, let's ask Candace Owens about what to do about cyberbullying. Oh, wait, I guess when it comes to making mistakes, we shouldn't ever acknowledge them if we identify as conservative. Good Friday, Nikki. What mistake did Candace Owens make? Like, I'm not the biggest Candace Owens fan, so I don't really care, but I'm just not familiar with the lore. I saw her stupid fight with Cardi B, but that was a silly thing. But I didn't know if that's what that was. Dan Apostrophe says, long-time listener, first-time chatter. Hey, welcome. Thank you. Today, I learned on 1.5 speed you sound like Ben Shapiro. Thank you for all the content. I do believe you have inspired me to be a lawyer. Keep on keeping on. Oh, my goodness. Please stop telling me about things I'll have to answer to God for when I die, which is making more lawyers. Tamara Holloway says, allergy meds has taken me from almost bedridden to starting a garden, cooking, and taking my dog Rocco on full walks. Got chronic pain and illness like fibromyalgia, mast cell activation syndrome, 180-degree turnaround in a week. That is such fantastic news, Tamara. I'm so happy that worked out for you. That's really great. That's right. That's great. Dan Apostrophe says, might I add, I've served 17 years in the military. I'd be more than happy to add in any insight on that point of view to future discussions. Yeah, man. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't have any current military stories, but there are surely some to come. Surely some to come. Okay. Let's do this. I don't know if I can properly prepare you for what this is. Can you guys see all the way up here? No, you cannot. Let me bring it down just a little bit. Here are all the documents I have. There is a complaint, an amended complaint, a second amended complaint, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh amended complaints. There are 8 total complaints in this case. There are 8. And they're not long. None of them are long. They're about 5 pages each. And so we're going to go through all of them. We might skim a couple sections, but it's like at one point, she's not really amending the complaint so much as having a conversation with the court. So we're going to do it. We're going to go through this. I think it's very important. And I love this person. I think she's great. She will probably... Siren Jag, I wrote 10th as a joke because I had downloaded that one earlier and had to keep renaming it, so I didn't know how high I had to name it. So I just was frustrated and picked 10th, but it's actually like 7th or whatever. So, let's just start. This is the only way to do this. Let's just start. Pamela Swain is the plaintiff, and she is suing Harvey Weinstein, the Weinstein Company, Alan Dershowitz, Anthony Robbins, yes, Tony Robbins, and Kiwi Farms social media site. Okay? That's who she starts out suing. That's who she starts out suing. Complaint for violation of civil rights, non-prisoner complaint. So we already have an improper. This is not. This is in the civil rights division. This is oh God. This is what you file against a government. This is what you file against a government is this complaint, but that's okay. Music and Fiction says it's Good Friday, and I'm having to test to see if my new debit card actually works. So why not drop a sawbuck and just enjoy a great night? That's what we're doing. Hey, thanks, Music and Fiction. Oh, someone asked me what was up with Good Logic yesterday. I have no idea what was up with Good Logic yesterday. I don't know what happened with him at all. I know he's an Orthodox Jew, and so his this is a pretty important feast time going on. So I don't know what his schedule is like, and I think he may not be doing a bunch next week because of the time of year as well. But I don't know about that for sure. I know Fridays he doesn't stream because that's Sabbath starts on Fridays for him. Nova Zero says, feeding the grift, but Kansas Owen ran a site that had docs of cyber bullies, mostly minors. It was a mistake, and I'm willing to say well-intentioned, but instead of handling it well, she gets all Gates about it. Oh, no. He started a stream accidentally? Oh, no. His stream fired up in New Jersey while he was in Florida? That's amazing. All right, let's go through this. So Pamela Swain is the plaintiff. Here's the defendant. I liked this one. Defendant Harvey Weinstein, job or title, convicted rapist. Oh God. Okay. Defendant number 2 is the former Weinstein Company. That's apparently their legal name. Name Anthony Robbins, self-employed. All right. And then we have Alan Dershowitz, retired lawyer under a criminal investigation. These are the 4 defendants that we have. Basis for jurisdiction. Now, importantly, remember that she is filing against the Civil Rights Division, or in the Civil Rights Division, which would be a case against the government. So she has, under 1983, you may sue state or local officials. Section A, are you bringing a suit against federal officials or state and local officials? Check all that apply. None of them. Okay. Section 1983 allows claims alleging the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and federal laws. If you're suing under Section 1983, what federal constitutional or statutory right do you claim is/are being violated by state or local officials? Federal and state officials such as Judge Christopher Wray, not named in the complaint, by the way, have knowingly allowed criminal harassment activities of Harvey Weinstein, the former Weinstein Company, Anthony Robbins, and Alan Dershowitz. The crooked judge refuses to let me have my day in court, proving these men harass me with the evidence that I have. All right. She doesn't answer Section C or D. Statement of claim. So now we get to move on here. Where did the events giving rise to your claim occur? The events began in 2014 when Harvey Weinstein... No, she's filing this in 2020. Probably already past the statute of limitations for whatever she's whining about, but who cares? The events began in 2020 when Harvey Weinstein and Tony Robbins hacked my personal Yahoo accounts and then sending me messages that would become sexual, threatening, and of rape. Now, importantly, they're not sexual messages threatening rape. They are sexual messages, threatening messages, and of rape messages. As we go through this, you have to understand that something about Pamela. Pamela is a tutor of English. She helps people learn to read and helps them Englisher gooder than they does. Okay? I'm not lying. That's her job title. You may not notice it as you start to read the words that she actually puts down on paper. I highly encourage you to read her book. In fact, why don't we just go ahead and pull the book up real quick? Let's just go to that cover. Pamela Swain, Dangerous Obsession, Harvey Weinstein Online. This is her. Yeah, this is it right here. You can buy this. You can buy this on Amazon for your Kindle for $2. $2. And I cannot recommend it enough. It's 93 pages. I'm about a third of the way through it. I didn't have time to finish it before the stream started because I was watching baseball with my dad, and I couldn't just keep sitting and reading. But yeah. Let's check this out. This is great. We're going to take a pause here. This is intolerable. That's her opening line of the book. I sat watching a Georgia judge dictate over the Little South, Georgia cases before he got to mine on October 2018. I had filed a suit to ensure a restraining order would be in place on 2 men, Harvey Weinstein and Anthony Robbins. I couldn't stop the tears running down my face. The stress had been getting to me, even though I'm rather good at thriving under pressure. This judge had shown promise at Stop the Madmen that clearly suffered from delusional issues of power and grandeur, even though neither man had the mental capacity to follow through on their own devious designs. But in spite of the emotion, I was steely-eyed, determined to crush these fools. I knew there was a possibility that this would be pulled out from under my feet. This would be no exception. The warm body that had been sent from Atlanta for Louis Brisbois just mouthed monotone words. We think the suit should be thrown out for lack of proper serving. But I did serve the companies and the men in this suit. I gave a copy of the signed postal certificates to the judge at the meeting. How do I do the next page? There we go. The judge shifted slightly, but that's not good enough, Miss Swain. Oh God, can you imagine this judge picking on this poor woman like this? You have to have it served by a sheriff of that county. But Georgia law states that if served by mail and signed by recipient, that serves as legal recognized service, I restated bluntly. He was blatantly disregarding the law in favor of Harvey Weinstein. That's not good enough. Plus, I'm tired of people filing frivolous lawsuit. He droned on, and I blocked his nonsense out of my head. I wasn't ready to give up. Your Honor, I have stated pieces of evidence that these men have made threats to me, have sent people to trespass on my property, and continue to do acts of sabotage and violence to me and my property. That makes no difference. You didn't serve the defendants properly. You have no idea who you are up against. Case dismissed. My mind exploded in rage. Curse that damn judge to hell. One thought came to my mind. No, you fool. You have no idea who you are up against. I followed the lawyer, who was a few steps ahead of me as he treaded outside the Reedsville Courthouse Annex. Anyway, we're going to stop there. This lady is phenomenal. She is phenomenal. This book is a masterpiece. I cannot recommend it enough. You have to. We'll talk more about it. We may look at it more in a minute. All right. The events began in 2014 when Harvey Weinstein and Tony Robbins hacked my personal Yahoo accounts and then sending me messages that would become sexual, threatening, and of rape. They looked up my personal information and then proceeded to have me fired from almost all of my work, created contraband fake nudes, and posted all my personal info online on a social media site, Kiwi Farms. That's right. Harvey Weinstein and Tony Robbins hacked Pamela Swain, created contraband fake nudes, not just normal fake nudes, contraband fake nudes, and posted all of her info online on the Kiwi Farms. So this is from February 14th to present, February 2014 to present. What are the facts underlying your claims? Illegally targeted, hacked, threatened, harassed, and exposed online. Mother threatened online and her information exposed. Injuries. Loss of several jobs and income for over 6 years. As of recently, I am a federal employee of the Department of Commerce, U.S. Census. If you want evidence of government incompetence, understand that the U.S. Census Bureau hired Pamela Swain. And Weinstein continued his harassment online through that job, documented and evidence available. This court let him go free and unaccountable for his criminal actions. The plaintiff would also like a gag order placed on Weinstein and his lawyers. This is in 2020. I just want to remind you, this is in 2020. Hasn't Harvey Weinstein been in prison for a little while? All right. Relief. State briefly what you want the court to do for you. No legal arguments, blah, blah, blah. I want restraining orders on Harvey Weinstein, Alan Dershowitz, Anthony Robbins, and compensation for damages of $25 million. Actually, I shouldn't. I'm editorializing. It just says 25 million. It doesn't say $25 million. We don't know what the 25 million is. Certification and closing. Yeah. So that's it. That's the complaint right there. That's the first complaint. Okay? So we need to move on now to the second. The amended complaint, arbitration. I don't know why it says arbitration. I don't know. I have no idea. We're going to find out. Amended complaint, arbitration. Pamela Swain, pro se and in forma pauperis, isn't it always, is amending the original complaint to drop any request for criminal prosecution towards Harvey Weinstein and Tony Robbins. There isn't a request for criminal. The first complaint didn't have any criminal punishments at all, any criminal prosecution. As per judge request that only federal prosecutors are able to bring criminal charges on cyber and internet criminals. The plaintiff does have specific evidence to prove that, in fact, Harvey Weinstein and Tony Robbins actively used these illegal devices to stalk, harass, and cyberbully her for 6 years. She does. While Harvey Weinstein was busy, forcing his greasy appendages on young and, believe me, for the majority, willing starlets and models. What he was actually doing was trying to sleep with Pamela Swain. That's what he was doing. Is this her? Oh God. We have a picture of Pamela, by the way. We do have a picture. I do this for you. There's Pamela right there. Pamela Diane Swain. She's a 41-year-old from Georgia who believes that Harvey Weinstein wants to marry her and that he has convinced various celebrities to wage a years-long harassment campaign against her. There she is. Here you go. Don't ask how the Kiwis have done it, but they have done it. All right, back to this. Dondi Doyle, hey, thank you. Thank you for the sticker. Much appreciated. The plaintiff Swain, pro se, wishes to remind the court that in the September 2017, well within the statute of limitations, that the person who identified himself at Tony Robbins issued threats that involved naming a U.S. Senator, Steve Cohen, and Georgia State Representative Alan Peake, and others. The plaintiff wishes to continue the complaint with the following outline of events that occurred since November 13, again for this purpose. Harassment timeline. This all began November 2013. A man by the name of Dean Green, with Gerard Butler's picture on Facebook, reached out to chat with me on the social media site. Quote, I did not have any real friendship or relationship with Mr. Butler at the time. We chatted a few weeks, and then the person stopped chatting. I thought it was over and done with until 2014, when all email addresses were hacked into by Ukrainians. Previous timeline removed for brevity. Previous details are recorded in previous briefs. You saw the other. This is the other brief. This is the amended complaint. Okay. New occurrences of harassment. The plaintiff works at a public school, and harassers from Harvey Weinstein made a statement that they had taken pictures of her while she was at work supervising minors. This is an illegal and criminal violation of minors and the plaintiff's privacy. And no political person holding office shall not sway the judge or jury for or against a plaintiff or defendant unless they wish to be witnesses to the case. The thread created on Kiwi Farms concerning the plaintiff exhibits the existence of long-term stalking, and the website refuses to remove a thread where the plaintiff's personal information online. The site has been sent notification to remove said thread, but refuses to comply to federal law. The posters against the plaintiff frequently post on the plaintiff's life, boasting of taking no consensual personal pictures and armchair guessing the plaintiff's mental health. This violates this federal statutes. United States history, current legislation. Cyberstalking is a criminal offense under American anti-stalking, slander, and harassment laws. A conviction can result in a restraining order, probation, or criminal penalties against assailant, including jail citation needed. She grabbed it from Wikipedia. Cyberstalking specifically has been addressed in recent U.S. federal law. For example, the Violence Against Women Act, passed in 2000, made cyberstalking a part of the federal interstate stalking statute. Current U.S. federal anti-cyberstalking statute law is found at 47 U.S.C. 223. So this violates this federal statute. Notice it doesn't list which federal statute, but okay. If it pleases the court to continue holding the defendant, Weinstein, and the others listed monetarily accountable from this day forward, the defendants repeatedly violate laws of cyberbullying, harassment, defamation, and privacy. The plaintiff seeks $25 million between the three of these defendants for loss of wages per current employer, harassment of a federal employee, and sexual harassment over a period of 6 years. Threats of physical violence over a period of 6 years, violations of medical and privacy laws over a period of 6 years, and continuance of repeated attempts at bank fraud over a period of 6 years. The three defendants, Harvey Weinstein, Anthony Robbins, and Alan Dershowitz, has continued their harassment up until September 2020, when the defendant Robbins sent unwanted nude pics of his body part to the plaintiff while the plaintiff worked as a federal employee for the Census Bureau. Evidence is available for these occurrences. She's like, don't worry, Judge. I can show you Tony Robbins' dick. Okay, Alteres5 says, hey there, fam. Long time no dono. It feels like it has been a year. It actually has since I last had a stable job. Now making $2 more than my last one, and the people are more fun to be around. I don't drink, but cheers to my first 40-hour week. That is awesome. That is awesome. Alteres V5, Alteres 5, Alteres V, whatever it is. Congratulations. I'm glad you have a new one, a new 40-hour week. Now, again, notice that this says arbitration. Don't know why. Doesn't make any sense. Just wrote it in there, apparently. All right. Now we've got another amended complaint. Amended complaint, jury trial requested. So this is the same. I'm not going to read the same thing. This is the same. This is the same. Then we have the harassment timeline again. Oh, I think this is going to be the same. She just took out the... Oh, wait. No, here we go. Recent discoveries. The plaintiff has discovered that the defendant, Tony Robbins, has been engaging in social media stalking of the plaintiff. He has used his influence to contact this list of companies to violate the plaintiff's accounts: Straight Talk Wireless, TrackPhone Wireless, Facebook.com, Instagram.com, sent nude pics and a forced masturbation video, September 2020, Twitter.com, Samsung mobile devices, and Windstream. The plaintiff has also discovered by contacting one of these companies that the defendant frequently calls or contacts these companies with unlawful requests, like on October 16, 2020, requested that the plaintiff's phone data be shut off from 7:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. After the plaintiff called the company, they said the place of location cutoff, the phone data, impossible. The place of location cut off the phone data. Impossible. And when questioned if the defendant contacted the company to shut down the plaintiff's data, customer service representative refusing to yes, but also to say no from perjuring himself, implied that the defendant indeed does regularly contact his company with unlawful requests of control over the plaintiff's data. He also contacted the plaintiff's work and a person, Angela Snyder, to monitor the plaintiff's whereabouts for the defendant. The defendant continues to show unhealthy, mental, unwanted, obsessive behavior and has a history of threatening harm and kidnapping to the plaintiff. As of yesterday, October 28th, 2020, and this week, Harvey Weinstein and his lawyer have contacted the plaintiff demanding money from her and has contacted her place of work to have her fired. The judge, Christopher Wray, continues to advocate a one-sided, unfair judgment against the plaintiff and fails to allow her to present her case in court. In so doing, he is allowing a prisoner to continue his sexual harassment from prison. It is the plaintiff's wish to have Judge Christopher Wray be removed from this case. His judgment of having a magistrate judge decide does not allow the plaintiff to provide her side of the case and advocate for herself as against federal law for pro se. Automata says, so if after Columbine a student continued to wear a trench coat and cops waited and followed him out of the senior lot, pulled him over, and said if he weren't to stop, they'd make his life hell, is that an okay use of state power? No. Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion. Now I want to talk about something here. This is a problem with being a pro se litigant, is you may not understand federal procedure, but federal judges will refer legal matters to a magistrate. The magistrate will brief the legal issue and make a report and recommendation on what the ruling should be. Then what happens is the parties are granted the opportunity to object to the report and recommendations from the magistrate judge. It's like you get a preview of what the judge is going to decide. If you don't levy an objection to the report and recommendations and provide the legal basis for doing so, the judge is probably going to adopt the report and recommendations from someone who is a qualified attorney, and also basically an apprentice judge. I mean, for lack of a better, I mean, they are a judge, but they're not a federal district court judge. They're a magistrate judge. They're giving you a preview and an opportunity to challenge their legal reasoning and legal understanding, or to provide extra case law that you may discover, and to go ahead and try and change their mind. Pamela, of course, doesn't understand what's going on, doesn't understand that Judge Christopher Wray is referred this to a magistrate judge for a decision because that's the process. And then he will accept that decision and then review it. And then he will decide whether to adopt it and make an order, or he will not. She never objected to the magistrate's decision, so she doesn't understand what's going on. Superstitious Oblivious B says, take my money, boomer. Take my money, boomer. Matt Wilson says, not a preview. Magistrate is almost never overturned. Yeah, that makes it a good preview. It gives you a very strong idea of how the court's going to rule outside of a very, very good objection. But yeah. All right. The plaintiff wishes to continue to trial and be compensated for 6 years of sexual harassment, death threats, and active involvement in the plaintiff's ability to continue in gainful employment. The plaintiff requests $25 million in restitution from lack of wages, emotional and physical suffering brought on by the defendants. So amended this day of October 28th, 2020. So there's that. Good job, Pamela. Now we get to move on to number 4. Whoo, hoo, hoo. This is such not good whiskey. I'm really sad that I bought it. because I'm not going to finish it before I leave. And that means it's going to be waiting for me the next time I come down. Ugh. All right. So this is the 4th complaint document. I think it might be a good time to do something here. I want you guys to understand what's going on in this case. It starts here, page 5. You really don't need to know about her moving back to Georgia and why. It's not really important. But you do need to understand this. The game changed November 2013. I had been on Facebook roaming around looking for funny jokes and ended up on a Conan O'Brien community page. That was probably my first mistake, looking for funny jokes on a Conan Facebook page. Well, no good deed goes unpunished. While I lavished my witty responses to draw cheap guffaws, I struck up a comment conversation with an account with the face of the Scottish god in his mind, Gerard Butler. His account proclaimed his name as Dean Green. He spoke and typed like an American and not a Brit, which I found strange, but didn't notice. After a few comments, we had added each other as friends and had chatted for about... hold on. Come on. For about 2 to 3 months. We had both lost interest, I thought, and just stopped talking, but it wouldn't be over that quickly. February 2014 would be the time that launched this nonsense into the stratosphere of stupid. My Yahoo accounts had been hacked and pilfered like no man's business. There was nothing in my Yahoo accounts with sensitive information that would lead anyone to finding out who I am or what I knew. I had made sure of that. But it was a red flag. It was a red flag I knew I had to follow up. I knew hackers, and most hackers went after the corporate or government payloads, not some broad who purposefully projected a boring existence. Even if I were any type of agent, I had absolutely nothing to show. No hidden documents, passwords, or media information of any use to hackers. Later, Harvey would brag, "You're going to find yourself down the rabbit hole." And indeed, what would transpire would be a rabbit hole. This hole, unfortunately, was a hole full of idiots, morons, and dipsticks playing CIA, leaving their names and signatures behind like the noobs they were. I had traversed rabbit holes before, and even a few gopher holes. This would be no different. I jumped in head first. I had found the village idiot of covert ops. These idiots lived online. They hunted people down. Let me correct this. They hunted women down. Women aren't people. Any woman that took their fancy, they did a complete info dump and passed it around to each other in a rather psychotic, demented fashion. They used actors and celebrities as fronts, even pretending to be them online just to get access and to get laid. As I began this trek into the underbelly of Hollywood, I came across a website, justjared.com. This site was a pissant online magazine that put out crappy articles for actors and celebs detailing the ignoramus minutia of their boring lives. Underneath these articles were comments, and many of these actors had built-in commenters to put views on these articles or come together and pass information about people around. That's right, you heard this. Many of the actors on the TMZ knockoff site Just Jared, many of the actors had people going into the comment section, or I guess it could be programs, to generate views on the Just Jared articles about them. That's what actors do. I want you to understand where she's coming from. Underneath these articles were comments, and many of these actors had, built-in commenters. This is what I had found on Gerard Butler's Just Jared account. Many of these commenters showed diabolical personas that bordered on vicious online bullying to stalking. I would find out later that 2 of these were the ones who'd targeted me. I decided to dive in. I struck up a conversation on one of the articles. After a few, Gerard Butler was good in 300, and a few, who are yous, and what do you wants, I realized there existed at least 1 or 3 disturbed minds congregating on this site. Many were obsessed with Gerard's dating life. Many presented themselves as his girlfriend. Many were ardent defenders of this girlfriend. The final response, I kid you not, on this first attempt to get the lay of the land, one commenter went full retard and proclaimed, "You should be careful when you come here. You just got played." What in the ever-loving hell is going on here? Played? Is this effing Survivor? I went full stop and just told Gerard that someone had created a fake account with his picture and was impersonating him. This person had hacked into Yahoo, the company, and had info dumped me, and that he needs to look into it and contact the authorities. I felt that this wouldn't be looked into and I would have to again deal with this craziness. So I contacted the authorities. I bypassed the FBI completely and went straight to the top. I don't know what the top is. I don't know what the top is, but the FBI got BTFO'd. See? FBI, 2 people can play the alphabet game. Now GTFO, WTF, what, mate? All right, we are on the 4th complaint. The 4th complaint. This is the longest at 7 pages. Amended complaint. Throughout the past 6 years, this defendant has weaponized everything against the plaintiff, Pamela Swain, as a means of punishment from criminal convict Harvey Weinstein, who has used his monetary resources to harass and coerce the defendant into a forced sexual relationship. After Judge Christopher Wray dismissed the last complaint, the defendant contacted the plaintiff with assertions to rape the plaintiff, who as of August 1st, 2020, is a federal employee. I should mention that after the 3rd complaint, it's very important to note that the magistrate judge recommended dismissal of the action. And she proceeded to amend her complaint, I think, 4 more times after that. And the action was ultimately dismissed. But there was a recommendation for dismissal, and that's what she's talking about here. So the judge does address this in his order. Following the magistrate judge's report and recommendation, plaintiff filed 4 amendments to her complaints, documents 9 through 12. These amendments do not appear to respond to the deficiencies identified in the report and recommendation. So the judge did go ahead and look at all of these complaints. I want to put that out there. The transparency is important. We have to make sure the court isn't just abusing this poor woman. Felipe Mouve says, "Hey, Nikki, I'm looking for funny jokes in this channel, but I haven't found any. I mean, besides the host." Ow. Pamela Lost Marble says, "Nick, you should do more of these lawsuit reviewers without proper representation. Call it No Way Pro Se." I would love to. They're not, it's not easy to find this stuff. Like, I was just trying, I have saved the Russell Greer versus Kiwi Farms lawsuit, but for some reason I didn't see it on my list. So I was searching by defendant Kiwi Farms and accidentally found this lawsuit. That's the way I found this, by the way. So it's hard to find these things. It's not, I would love to review more funny lawsuits. They're not very easy to come across is the problem. Bad Vibe says, "Are you sure this isn't Greer LARPing as a woman?" Nope. I have no idea. All right. In February 2018, the defendant was sued by Reagan and Reagan for an East Georgia medical charge. The bill clearly showed double and even triple payment for services, which was illegal, but Judge William Kicklighter sided with Reagan and Reagan, saying the defendant failed to show. The defendant sent in a brief, but was told by the Tatnall magistrate clerk that she did not have to show up for the court date, violating the age-old legal rule of giving legal advice from a federal or state legal body. Huh? I don't know what this is about. I legitimately have no idea what that's about. November 2019, Judge Eddie Anderson sided with lawyers for Harvey Weinstein against placing a restraining order on the convicted criminal, even though ample evidence was available to prove he was obsessively enamored with the defendant and had made criminal death and rape threats for over 4 years. Judge Christopher Wray dismissed a complaint without letting the plaintiff proceed with her case. Now the court has Reagan and Reagan again suing the defendant for an imaginary GM financial bill from Nesmith Chevrolet, now known as Lane Durrance Chevrolet. Pictures and emails are available that Martin Nesmith, Ashley Nesmith, and Jess Durrance, former employees of Nesmith/Lane Durrance, have repeatedly maliciously attacked the defendant by trespassing on her property and destroying her property. The defendant has consulted with the Tatnall County Sheriff and has found that they are colluding with wealthy criminals to harass the defendant. These people have abilities to destroy people's vehicles. The plaintiff's car was vandalized 3 times. There are police reports of Ashley Nesmith following the plaintiff around and a photo of a Nesmith vehicle with Martin Nesmith following the plaintiff around. August 1st, 2020, the plaintiff became a federal employee for the U.S. Census and then continued to receive harassment. Shanna Waters, at the behest of Harvey Weinstein, contacted the plaintiff and demanded sexual favors. Sounds spicy. Update of harassment. The plaintiff's work was interrupted as spoken in the letter. The defendants contacted the plaintiff's place of work and instructed them to sexually harass her. Angela Snyder was contacted and instructed to slander the plaintiff and sexually harass her. The plaintiff is currently seeking a doctoral degree at Ashford University. Alan Dershowitz, Bernadette Marson, Heather Zielinski, Tony Robbins, and a new defendant, Richard Grannon, have been trying to upend the plaintiff's degree by having her flunked without any basis. Richard Grannon is a YouTuber, by the way. You can look him up, I believe. The new defendant added, Alan Dershowitz has been unknowingly allowed to grade the plaintiff's papers and deride her still on the Kiwi Farms website that continues to exist and has not been removed. He has also been impersonating or playing an Ashford instructor. Mithrin Emrys says, how is Harvey coercing her into sex while he's locked up? Why can't she English properly? How crazy are those eyes in that pic? Good Lord, this woman is insane and needs therapy. I want to repeat this for the record. Alan Dershowitz has been unknowingly allowed to grade the plaintiff's papers and deride her still on the Kiwi Farms website that continues to exist and has not been removed. Alan Dershowitz has also been impersonating or playing an Ashford University instructor, where Pamela Swain is pursuing her doctoral degree. Harvey Weinstein, who he and his lawyer have been saying is on death's door, was harassing the plaintiff on Kiwi Farms again with no sign of illness, frailty, or disease. We now know that Alan Dershowitz and Harvey Weinstein are confirmed. Kiwi Farms posters. And I think this needs to be brought to the world. I hope Melinda Scott and Russell Greer are fully aware that Kiwi Farms is allowing sexual predator Harvey Weinstein, sexual predator cover-up lawyer Alan Dershowitz, and Tony Robbins onto their website. Her private address and location, both of them, has been published on a public social media harassment site, Kiwi Farms, with the intent to rape. Martin Nesmith, Ashley Nesmith, and Demir Nesmith have criminal history background and have engaged in criminal stalking and following for Harvey Weinstein, who contacted all people for which the defendant worked. Harassment emails from these people trying to force the defendant to buy a car from them exist just recently before this financial charge. Harvey Weinstein co-opted a car dealership to force Pamela Swain to buy a car from the car dealership. Going back to 2014, 2015, a person contacted the plaintiff with the intention to coerce her into a prostitution situation. Since then, Harvey Weinstein and Tony Robbins has sent several messages identifying themselves as harassers, deviants, and stalkers. These messages include pictures, kidnapping and rape threats, even while Weinstein was in prison, and unwanted nude photos as recent as September 2020, while the plaintiff was a federal employee of the U.S. Census, capitalized. They have contacted the plaintiff's family members, employers, clients, and personal accounts with the intent to force her into a sexual relationship. Evidence is available to all of this. Several attacks on vehicles where the plaintiff worked for the government occurred. With the addition of new defendants, restraining orders on the following are asked: Harvey Weinstein, the Weinstein Company, Anthony Tony Robbins, Alan Dershowitz, Renea Wasson, Cliff Conley, Mandy Waters, Shanna Waters, Keith Kennedy, Angela Snyder, Tony Jordan, Gloria Revere. Since the plaintiff is not focusing on money, $2 million from each of them for lost wages, harassment, emotional damages, and or mental physical health problems. They receive unapproved access to the plaintiff's medical records claiming to be her husband, be awarded as monetary deterrent against harassing the plaintiff again. Look, I'm not focusing on money, but a cool $14 million will suffice. $2 million each. How many are there? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, $24 million. My bad. The recent list has been added as the added people have been activated by Tony Robbins to sexually harass the plaintiff and keep her from gainful employment. A few have sought to victimize the plaintiff by spreading fake nude pics of her in the community. Revenge porn. Others have slandered the plaintiff for Dershowitz and Robbins. Snyder, Revere, and Jordan hatched a plan to sexually harass the plaintiff at Evans County schools. The school district keeps them employed. Georgia law codes in use are violated. We have Georgia code, harassing communications, aggravated stalking, civil remedies as supplemental and not mutually exclusive. Oh, thanks. Publication of name or identity of female raped or assaulted with intent to commit rape. And then it shall be unlawful for any news media or any other person to print and publish, broadcast, televise, or disseminate through any other medium of public dissemination or cause to be printed and published, broadcast, televised, or disseminated in any newspaper, magazine, periodical, or other publication published in this state or through any radio or television broadcast originating in the state, the name or identity of any female who may have been raped or upon whom an assault with intent to commit the offense of rape may have been made. So there you go. Apparently, according to her reading of this law, it's unlawful for any news media site to ever publish the name of a woman who may have been raped. Ever. Mithrin Emrys says, I'm impressed that her gang stalking delusions include so many celebrities. Most people who think they're being gang stalked stick to nobody's doing it. She includes Hollywood celebrities, famous lawyers, and internet famous. Whew. We have another amended complaint. Should we check out more of this book, though? Here we go. Page 8. One crazed poster and Gerard Butler obsessed person was GFW, or Gerard Fascinating Woman. This person's sole job was to attack people online and try to discover IP addresses. Many thought that this account was Gerard. However, I noticed the person spoke and typed in American style, not Brit style, and Gerard was Scottish after all. That's not saying Butler probably didn't have issues, but the psychotic personality on this site was not Butler. I had also discovered that Gerard Butler had become a partaker in the life coach guru Tony Robbins. He had begun to follow his weird psychotic coaching to overcome drugs and alcohol. Tony Robbins showed himself to be a troubled character too. However, at this time, his involvement wasn't well known or identified yet. Another crazed poster was named Chelsea. Mind you, Chelsea wasn't a female. She was a male that posed as a female fan of Gerard Butler's. This person's identity would be exposed later. One feature this poster used was fake accounts with lowercase first names. This person had several accounts with lowercase names and would slip in and out to cover his tracks. And this was to find new women, fans of Butler, to defile and harass. Then came the insane social media accounts and the Russian emails. People named Hawkeye, Remy, and this little number, which I can only assume says Vladimir Putin. The stories and nonsense that came from these people were out of this world. I will provide a few screenshot excerpts to show the weirdness that emanated from these disturbed people. Yeah. I'm going to skip here. Oh, we're going to skip this paragraph because it's not really important until later anyway. It's not important ever, but the same stuff becomes important later. Let's read this part real quick, though. It eventually was blamed on Madeleine Gehenna. At that time, it seemed plausible that she would be the jealous, dumped ex of Gerard Butler that was menacing fans of Butler and the possible love interests of Butler and using Eastern European emails and IP addresses as cover. Madalina Ganea. Let's take a look at. I want to show you who this person is because this is important. Let's see. This should work. This is Madalina Ganea. This was at the time Russell Crowe's girlfriend. Let's see. So this person, what she was doing, what this random supermodel was doing was going on to the Just Jared webpage. She's going on to the Just Jared webpage, and she was running defense for Gerard Butler. Very, very important for her to do this thing. You know, that's what she was doing. And she knew this because of her Eastern European emails and IP addresses. Okay. Well, so remember, she was, menacing fans of Butler and the possible love interests of Butler and using Eastern European emails and IP addresses as cover. Well, since that was the only infraction, online nonsense, she was revoked from coming to America for a while. That's right. If you are an Eastern European supermodel dating a Scottish A-list movie actor, but you're on justjared.com and you are going after people in an online forum, you have to be revoked from coming to America for a while. I don't know if you guys know this. This is in the Immigration and Nationalization Act Amendment of 1998. It was very controversial. It barely passed. It barely passed with a majority Democrat support. So she and Butler's romance would meet its end through other means, though. Means that I would become even more unaware and involved as the year moved from 2014 to 2015. That's right. She became both more unaware and involved. So more unaware, more involved. Those two things are definitely not mutually exclusive. Butler saved face. He saved face by dating a woman named Morgan Brown. And it was a genuine match, but trolls continued to act as if there were fans against Gerard having a personal life. It was the continued nonsense by another person who was growing his personal obsession with new people and using the internet for his vile needs. The dots to this will be explained later on in this memoir. There were other celebs under fire on the Butler Just Jared site. Bradley Cooper had suffered some abuse at the hands of a few trolls. Michael Fassbender was a regular. He would be the new guy in Madeleina's life for a short period of time. Harvey and Tony would recruit actors and celebrities to create new accounts and just add to the nonsense. Michael Fassbender's one article on Just Jared at the time he was dating Madeleina grew to over 10,000 comments of just pure angry posts and spam. During this time, the truth that Madeleina and Michael had signed with Harvey Weinstein came out as well. Eventually, Michael and Madeleina broke up too after a rough couple of months and an unfortunate miscarriage. I have to inform you, guys, this isn't laid out here in the text, but it becomes very important pretty soon when you understand that Michael Fassbender is the father of Pamela Swain's miscarried baby. You have to know that. You have to know that. I think we should jump to that real quick. Let's see. All right, here we go. I had started dating again. I was talking to a guy from Texas stationed at Fort Stewart, Georgia. He was a nice man. After a few months of talking, we started going out and things became intimate. I had deliberately started dating men around my area because the incessant accusations coming from these trolls were that I was trying to hook up or start a relationship with a celebrity. Let me read that again. Please pay attention. I had deliberately started dating men around my area because the incessant accusations coming from people on justjared.com's comment section were that I was trying to hook up or start a relationship with a celebrity. However, in the delusional world of Harvey Weinstein, his jealous retaliation knows no bounds. I had found out by this time he was the man behind the Chelsea account and was the man who used hackers to pry information out of people online, violating laws and privacy for his own gain. Tony Robbins was a guru, a faux psychologist who used drugs and suggestive hypnosis to force women into sexual compliance. At this time in 2015, Harvey and Tony were at their pinnacle in power. Anything that came out their mouths were enforced, and no was not taken as an answer. When I came up pregnant in October of 2015, not only was Harvey mad, he went into a delusional rage. He declared to the world that I was carrying Michael Fassbender's baby. Fassbender, a man I had never met in real life. Hold on. Our lives would be forever changed from this moment on. I began a crusade of telling the truth, though no one bothered to believe me. At this moment and time, what Harvey said went. Hollywood ran by his rancid farts. It became clear to me that he had already made his mind up that I was his new next conquest, and that silly, skinny Irish-German actor had usurped him. Quote, "Did we ever meet up in October?" A strange account on Discus asked me. I knew it was Michael Fassbender. No, I have no clue what the hell he's talking about. I spoke bluntly. I think you're cute. Are you sure we didn't meet up? He joked. He thought this was funny. He is Michael Fassbender. Magneto. We're dealing with first-class idiots, I kept going. Harvey has lost his mind. I heard nothing back from the account that was eventually deleted. Later on, I would hear of an argument that he, Michael Fassbender, had with his new girlfriend, Alicia Vikander. Oh, man, I figured Michael Fassbender could do a little bit better than that, but okay. Here's Alicia Vikander. That's a Photoshop there. Okay. Here you go. All right. Who I knew nothing about at all. Some person on Tumblr said that in a drunken stupor and rage, he declared that I was carrying his child and there was nothing she could do about it. Let me reread that. Later on, I would hear of an argument that Michael Fassbender had with his new girlfriend, Alicia Vikander, who I knew nothing about at all. Some person on Tumblr said that in a drunken stupor and rage, Michael Fassbender declared that I, Pamela Swain, was carrying his child and there was nothing she could do about it. Ugh, I thought, why me, Lord? Why? Alicia began mobilizing for Iwo Jima, as in me and Michael's utter destruction. At that moment, Tony, the faithful guru he is, and Harvey, the PR mogul that Alicia had signed with and was sleeping with, began a full social media and personal attack against me and Michael Fassbender. First, they contacted my family. Did you know your daughter is sleeping with another woman's husband? This message went to my cousin. Back in the earlier times of all this, the photoshopping Indian had tagged my cousin's daughter's Facebook account with the photoshopped fake nudes. I had contacted them and told them they were fake and had Facebook remove the posts after labeling them harassment. This person began to contact my cousin and her daughter to relate the whole seedy Michael Fassbender saga to her and how I was trying to steal her husband. The messages seemed to be from Alicia complaining about her cheating spouse. At that time, she and Fassbender were not married, but I've come to realize that the truth is relative to their perspective. She sent follow-up fake nudes of me to them, and they, out of sympathy, passed them around to others, thinking they were going to teach me a lesson, while breaking the law, spreading unauthorized fake nudes, and catering to a blatant lie that would be proven absolutely false and put them in criminal and legal jeopardy. And you thought you guys knew how to shitpost? Michael Fassbender and Harvey Weinstein have shitposted an entire book out of this woman. None of us have any game at all. Amended complaint. This was filed on February 11th, 2021. Just so you know, this was the case was actually dismissed February 17th, 2021, but the recommended order was filed on October 23rd of 2020. Just so you know. All right, so we have an amended complaint here. Same thing here. Same intro. However, we have an update of the harassment. So she's not actually amending her complaint. She's appending her complaint. She's adding addendums, extra stuff to it. An amended complaint is, it supplants and replaces the original complaint. She probably doesn't know this, but that's what the purpose of an amended complaint is. She's just updating. She's letting the court know what's going on through her updated complaints. Okay. Just recently, the plaintiff has traced two separate events of hacking in the last year, April 2020, to CIA internet malfeasance used by Hillary Clinton for the defendant Harvey Weinstein. The new defendant, Hillary Clinton, yes, the new defendant who's been added to the case, Hillary Clinton, is actively helping convicted criminal Weinstein in tracking down the women he has harassed and have accused and slandered to keep those women unemployable. The plaintiff seeks the court to add Clinton to the defendants and ensure she has no influence over government resources for personal use against other Americans to conduct criminal harassment and stalking. The plaintiff seeks damages and wishes to add the Central Intelligence Agency. The plaintiff received notice that South Georgia Bank, located in Glenville, Georgia, the plaintiff's hometown, on October 22, 2020, was hacked and personal information taken. Federal laws broken. Interstate stalking. Georgia law codes, same ones as before. More update on harassment. The following actions continue to occur. Harassment on a hate thread on Kiwi Farms. The following people have mentioned that they have illegal influence over the judges and the Justice Department over this case. Hillary Clinton, Alan Dershowitz, Tony Robbins, and Donald Trump Jr. are all on Kiwi Farms. Plaintiff wishes a gag order to be placed on all defendants concerning this civil suit to not contact the plaintiff in any way, shape, or form. Also, the plaintiff was referred to a position with the Department of Education as an education research scientist / analyst, to which she is qualified and has been referred, but it appears the defendant Clinton, who incessantly harasses the plaintiff, has undermined the plaintiff's ability to secure a job position. The plaintiff seeks to have Clinton, Dershowitz, Robbins, Weinstein, and Trump Jr. convicted of lawless harassment of an American citizen and restricted of any political influence for the duration of their lives. The companies, Straight Talk, Samsung, and Twitter need to be sanctioned for their compliance to abuse the plaintiff for these criminals. The plaintiff seeks monetary damages from these people in the amount of $2 million each from Clinton, Dershowitz, Robbins, Weinstein, the Weinstein Company, and Trump Jr. to ensure these defendants never do this again. So there we go. We have Pamela there in the 5th complaint. Now we've got the sixth one. Update of harassment. We don't have to read this first paragraph anymore. Just recently. Oh, wait, these are the same. Is this the same thing? Let's skim it. Nope. Here we have further developments. These are further developments. The plaintiff continues to suffer at the hands of the defendant, Tony Robbins. He has shown clear mental failure and an obsessive breakdown over the plaintiff. He has contacted the Georgia Department of Labor to keep them from giving the plaintiff her unemployment money. He continues to hack into the plaintiff's personal emails. Also, Donald Trump Jr., sent text messages demanding the plaintiff let he and his father handle the complaint and give Donald Trump the credit. Donald Trump is the former 45th president of the United States. Both defendants have stated they have personal influence over Judge Christopher Wray. The plaintiff has discovered that the defendant, Tony Robbins, controls Kiwi Farms, and all the communication from hacking, stalking, and national security issues are directly from his influence and direction. Oh, God. Right there. Right there. Used to be a hair model. Bam. There it is. You can find this. Oh Christ. She's filed in New York Supreme Court. Okay. This will merit more digging at some point. I didn't know how deep the rabbit hole went. Okay. The plaintiff removes Renee Wasson, Cliff Conley, Angela Snyder, Evans County Schools, and Tony Jordan since the plaintiff is seeking new employment elsewhere. Plaintiff wishes criminal charges against defendants Tony Robbins and Donald Trump Jr. Why not Hillary? That's why Pamela is still alive. She never demanded criminal charges against Hillary. Jump to 698 on Pamela's thread. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Whoever did that, you're a son of a bitch. If I get a bunch of phone calls from this weirdo. Oh, all right. It's I'll show you guys. It's nothing special, but someone tagged her here. Doc Holliday 1977. Your lawsuit will be discussed and openly mocked with how retarded it is, and the person that filed it. Try to get on the show and discuss it with the lawyer. Show him how non-retarded it was. He'll actually let you on to discuss your side. Yeah, I would. We'd talk. Update of harassment. We've got the hacking. Okay. All right. These are the same. Here we go. The following actions continue to occur. Oh, wait. These are the same. It's the same stuff. Oh, now she added legal precedents. Oh, thank God. We've got a legal argument now. The plaintiff is petitioning the U.S. District Court for possible criminal actions against the aforementioned defendants. These defendants have used their political power, celebrity, notoriety, and monetary resources to distort the legal process to explicitly commit stalking, harassment, and demand the plaintiff engage in sexual and demeaning acts. The defendants have conducted themselves as above the federal laws. They have contacted law enforcement officials, state and federal judges, and personal family members of what they call targets. They continue to make outrageous illegal communication without impunity. So they don't have impunity. That's good. Stating it's their free speech rights. My free speech, am I right? When the U.S. courts have already decided that in United States versus Hobgood, United States versus Ackle, United States versus Moreland, and United States versus Ozinger, that harassment and threatening content were not protected under free speech when used to make threatening and criminal comments. Therefore, the plaintiff is within her rights to demand that the Kiwi Farms hate thread made on her is a vehicle that these criminals use to make criminal threats and harassment and should be taken down permanently by the site's administrator. This premise is widely used throughout the Trump administration's conduct, an excuse to uphold their rights to cause direct and indirect acts of violence on individuals and groups, including congressional members who were attacked on January 6, 2021. The defendant, Donald Trump Jr., is also connected to this event, conducting himself in a way that uses free speech to incite violence, harassment, and retaliation. The interstate stalking has been upheld in United States versus Humphreys and United States versus Sayer, where both similar cases to the plaintiff's case. The judge agreed that the basic claim for interstate stalking had been provided and the criminals were charged accordingly. However, the one disturbing issue that arises is the evidence of wealthy, political, and government officials committing crimes down to petty harassment all the way to government insurrection, and then trying to procure their ability to continue said crimes without legal repercussions by corrupting judges, judicial law, and the court system by means of personal contact, swaying, monetary means, political party affiliations, and popularity. This is an unfortunate new development that has occurred with the defendants Clinton, Dershowitz, Weinstein, Robbins, and Trump Jr. The United States legal system will have to break ground on new precedents that will have to address such illegal and corrupt behavior from wealthy, political, savvy, and popular defendants. For thus, the balance of fairness and power in the U.S. judicial court system would be forever damaged. Yes. Yes. Oh, God. I don't know if she realizes that she said that what she asked for would cause the balance of power and fairness in the judicial system to be forever damaged. But she did. Remember, the United States legal system will have to break ground on new precedents that will have to address such illegal and corrupt behavior from wealthy, political, savvy, and popular defendants. For thus, the balance of fairness and power in the U.S. judicial court system would be forever damaged. So this is the thus right here. That's the thus. There you go. God, she's great. What a magnificent creature. All right. This is the final amended complaint. This is the final amended complaint. This is filed on February 25th, 2021. Update of harassment. This is the same stuff here. Tony Robbins. Donald Trump Jr. This is the same stuff. Okay. Same stalking and codes. All right. Here we go. The Kiwi Farms thread still has not been removed, and it is unprotected speech. Judge Randall Hall and Judge Christopher Ray and clerks of this court have been suspected as having logged in and harassed the plaintiff for the defendants. That's right. We now must add to the list of Kiwi Farms users not only Tony Robbins, not only Harvey Weinstein, Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump Jr., and Hillary Clinton. We must now add the judge, the magistrate judge, and the clerks of the court. The plaintiff leaves this for official investigation elsewhere. Death threats have been blatantly posted against the plaintiff since the so-called ruling. However, this court needs to review its dismissal stance due to blatant malfeasance and corruption. The plaintiff insists on financial restitution. Okay. Bless the heart of this magistrate judge. They wrote a 12-page report and recommendation. They wrote a 12-page report and recommendation. All right. All right. Here's what we need to do. I'm going to take this shot for yesterday. This is for yesterday when I ran out of liquor. SB Curious, I don't know how many books she sold. I know she sold at least one. I bought it. I cannot be happier with this purchase. God, this is a bad whiskey. I think we need to I think I need to read the whole book as an ebook on Locals or something. As an audiobook. I'll produce it for it's a favor. I'm kidding. I probably can't do that, unfortunately. She seems like the kind of person who would probably sue me. It was not a shot. I forgot to actually just drink the whole thing. Here we go. God, it's really terrible. Ugh. All right, here we go. Order and report and recommendations. So this is from the magistrate judge of the federal court, making a report to the district judge, who would then actually issue the order. Maxis Plays, none of those were the same document. They were all different. Plaintiff Pamela Swain, appearing pro se. Bling. The court notes that Swain indicates that she has incurred or anticipates spending legal fees in this matter. Document 5 at 4. No attorney has appeared in this matter, and Swain has signed all of her submissions. If Swain has retained counsel in this matter, he or she is directed to make a formal appearance in accordance with local rule 83.6. Has submitted a complaint alleging a pattern of harassment. She has also filed an amended complaint. She seeks to proceed in forma pauperis. Though she failed to include one page of her application to proceed in forma pauperis, it appears that she lacks sufficient resources to prepay the filing fee. Accordingly, the court grants plaintiff leave to proceed in forma pauperis. Good job. You left out a page and still made it. Those must have been solid remaining pages. The court must now screen the complaint pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1915E. Since the court applies Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 12B6 standards in screening a complaint, Leal versus Georgia Department of Corrections, allegations in the complaint are taken as true and construed in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. Bumpus versus Watts. Conclusory allegations, however, fail. Ashcroft versus Iqbal. All right. As the complaint fails to state a claim upon which this court can grant relief, it should be dismissed. Swain previously filed a suit against most of the defendants and several others based on nearly identical allegations. See Swain versus Stewart. This is in the Southern District of Georgia, 2019. In this case, like in the last, she alleges that various public figures have engaged in a multi-year conspiracy of harassment. The harassment allegedly began in late 2013 when she was contacted online by the actor Gerard Butler, posing as a man named Dean Green. The court has to take it as true. The court has to take it as true. It's the you guys, look, being a lawyer is such a humorless, horrifying job that I can't laugh enough at the fact that it is legally recognized in a document in federal court that Gerard Butler posed as a man named Dean Green to contact Pamela Swain on Facebook. God, so little funny happens in the world of law that you have to bathe in and marinate in moments like this. Where the court's like, yeah, so Gerard Butler posed as Dean Green and contacted this crazy fucking woman. It says it right there. Oh, God. Now remember, based on the phrasing of the sentence by the magistrate judge, the harassment allegedly began. So the allegation is of the harassment. But not when she was allegedly contacted, when she was contacted online by the actor Gerard Butler, posing as a man named Dean Green. The following year, she claims that her email was hacked by Weinstein and Robbins, who also sent her vulgar and inappropriate messages. Bing! Swain alleges that her email was hacked into by Ukrainians in February 2014. It is unclear from the pleadings if this is the same hacking as that alleged against Weinstein and Robbins. In subsequent years, Weinstein and Robbins created fake compromising photos of Swain and interfered with her employment. See document 1 at 4 alleging that Weinstein and Robbins had Swain fired from almost all of her work. Document 6 at 2 alleging that Weinstein claimed that photos were taken of Swain during her employment as a public school teacher. Much of the alleged harassment is connected to a thread of posts on the website Kiwi Farms. Swain's prior case was dismissed prior to service as the court found it to be a shotgun pleading and she failed to comply with an order to provide the defendant's places of domicile for purposes of establishing jurisdiction. She now seeks $25 million and a second bite at the apple. Swain's only claim against Kiwi Farms centers on its unwillingness to remove a thread of comments containing allegedly personal or defamatory information. This is actually, for us, outside of comedy, this is the most interesting and important section of this text because it'll probably apply similarly to Melinda Scott's case as well as to Russell Greer's case. Okay. Kiwi Farms is an online forum, and plaintiff makes no suggestion that the posts in question were created by the website's operators. As such, the Communications Decency Act shields Kiwi Farms from liability. Under the Act, no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. This effectively establishes a general rule that providers of interactive computer services are liable only for speech that is properly attributable to them. Websites such as Kiwi Farms, which allow for users to post comments, fall under the category of interactive computer services. CID at 254 to 255, recognizing a website that facilitates consumer reviews as an interactive computer service. Today, the most common interactive computer services are websites, recognizing that websites are interactive computer services under CDA. Plaintiff has not suggested that Kiwi Farms is responsible in whole or in part for the creation or development of the relevant posts. 47 USC 230 F3, defining information content provider. Similarly, Swain has alleged no specific wrongdoing by Dershowitz beyond naming him as a defendant. Therefore, as Kiwi Farms is immune under the CDA and Swain has made no accusations against Dershowitz, both should be dismissed. So there you go. Kiwi Farms and Alan Dershowitz are dismissed from the same lawsuit in the same sentence. God, it makes me happy. Mandy Curvicius says, Nick, I want you to understand that this is a sacred day that none of us will ever see again in our lifetime. Today is 4/3/21. Happy 4/3/21, Nick. Hey, same to you. Same to you. All right. It is unclear from the pleadings what cause of action Swain is asserting against the remaining named defendants, Weinstein and Robbins. She has chosen to utilize the standard form made available for civil rights complaints filed under 42 USC 1983 or the analogous claims authorized by Bivens. Section 1983 provides a cause of action for deprivations of constitutional or statutory rights by those acting under the color of state law. In Bivens, the Supreme Court recognized a similar cause of action for actions for deprivations by those acting under the color of federal law. When asked to specify under which of these standards she brings her claim, plaintiff chose not to respond. Her pleadings, considered in their totality, are also void of any reference to a cognizable deprivation of rights by any state or federal actor. The closest that the plaintiff comes is alleging that various state and federal officials, including the undersigned, the judge had to include themselves. Meshikari Roos, I missed your justice chat. I don't think so. I haven't done all the justice chats yet. I've only done the $20 ones. Ty. Guys, Ty is here. Ty, this is the greatest lawsuit I've seen in a long time. Just so you know, Ty, we're reading a federal report and recommendation from a magistrate judge on the dismissal of this lawsuit. That's all you need to know for now. Just listen to the magic of this report and recommendation. All right. Okay. The closest plaintiff comes is alleging that various state and federal officials, including the undersigned, have knowingly allowed the alleged criminal conduct of defendants by refusing to let plaintiff have her day in court. Neither the undersigned nor any other government actor is named as a defendant in this case. Even if they were named, such conclusory statements are not sufficient to state a claim for relief, Ashcroft versus Iqbal. As such, plaintiff has not adequately pleaded a civil rights claim. Even taking a holistic view and construing the allegations in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, she fails to state any cognizable civil claim under federal law. In her own words, she alleges, the events began in 2014 when Harvey Weinstein and Tony Robbins hacked my personal Yahoo accounts and then sent me messages that would become sexual, threatening, and of rape. They looked up my personal information and then proceeded to have me fired from almost all of my work, created contraband fake nudes, and posted all my personal info online on a social media site, Kiwi Farms. Oh, oh my gosh, he gave it away. You know this magistrate's a Kiwi. Look at this. He knows that it's not Kiwi Farms, one word. He put the sick in. He knows. This judge actually knows. Busted, magistrate judge. When directed by the form to provide the facts supporting her accusations, Swain offered only vague, conclusory allegations. Illegally targeted, hacked, threatened, harassed, and exposed online. Mother threatened online, her information exposed. Her amended complaint, which is a near verbatim reiteration of a filing in her prior case, similarly fails to state any theory of liability beyond a passing suggestion of a defamation claim, which is discussed below. Her complaints, both here and in her prior case, are replete with allegations of criminality in reference to criminal statutes, but, as Swain has been previously informed, the court cannot direct state or federal law enforcement to initiate a criminal investigation or prosecution. Swain's hints at a potential defamation claim under the state tort law might warrant clarification, but she has failed to establish jurisdiction of this court over such a claim. Generally, federal courts are courts of limited jurisdiction. They may only adjudicate cases over which they have been granted jurisdiction by the Constitution or Congress. As her alleged federal claims have fallen away, the court should not exercise supplemental jurisdiction over her state law claims. The only remaining avenue of subject matter jurisdiction is diversity jurisdiction. If it was Swain's intention to pursue this case under diversity jurisdiction, she has not met her burden. Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 8A1, requiring a complaint to include a short and plain statement of the grounds for the court's jurisdiction. As she was advised in her previous case, she is responsible for providing the court with the place of domicile for each defendant in order to establish diversity jurisdiction. In order to establish diversity jurisdiction before the federal courts, a plaintiff must allege that all parties are citizens of different states and the amount in controversy exceeds $75,000. Typically, the court will accept a damage claim offered by a party in good faith. The rule governing dismissal for want of jurisdiction in cases brought in federal court is that, unless the law gives a different rule, the sum claimed by the plaintiff controls if the claim is apparently made in good faith. Though the court is skeptical that damages in this case could approach the $25 million sought, it accepts the allegation that damages might reasonably exceed the $75,000 threshold should an appropriate civil theory be advanced. When considering whether a purported damages amount is made in good faith, the court must determine to legal certainty that the claim is really for less than the jurisdictional amount. Plaintiff has not adequately established the place of domicile for each defendant. Diversity jurisdiction requires that no defendant be a citizen of the same state as any plaintiff. In using the provided form for a civil rights complaint, which presumes subject matter jurisdiction based on federal question, Swain has not provided sufficient information to adequately allege the complete diversity of parties. See document 1 at 2 to 3, providing only presumed cities and states for some defendants. The plaintiff, as the party asserting diversity jurisdiction, has a burden to affirmatively allege facts demonstrating the existence of jurisdiction. In fact, no place of domicile is provided for Kiwi Farms. As Swain's prior case was dismissed in part for her failure to provide the court with domicile information for all named defendants, she is aware that jurisdiction is a threshold concern and her responsibility to assert Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 8A1. Therefore, as Swain has failed to adequately state a claim or establish jurisdiction, her claims against Weinstein and Robbins should also be dismissed. Pro se litigants are typically afforded at least one opportunity to amend their pleadings. When a more carefully drafted complaint might state a claim, a district court should give a pro se plaintiff at least one chance to amend the complaint before the court dismisses the action. Such opportunity is not appropriate here. The court is under no obligation to afford an opportunity to amend if the amended complaint would still be subject to dismissal. Swain has previously pursued nearly identical claims, during which she filed 9 amendments, constantly changing parties and allegations. She has already begun a similar practice in this case, filing what she captions amended complaint arbitration. Swain has already been afforded ample opportunities to properly support these claims. Accordingly, the court recommends that Swain's complaint be dismissed. Swain has simply refiled a complaint whose defects the court has already explained to her. There is no indication in the most recent pleading that she has seriously attempted to rectify those defects. Despite its title, this document has nothing to do with arbitration, which is an alternative dispute resolution mechanisms that parties may undertake in lieu of civil proceedings before a court. Arbitration requires the consent of all parties, a court order, or a statutory mandate. None of these prerequisites appear present in this case. Such tactics border on abusive litigation and will not be tolerated going forward. Oh, damn. Though the court does not find sanctions to be appropriate at this time, continued abusive filings will warrant a more severe response. The court will not hesitate to guard itself against vexatious litigants through the imposition of filing restrictions or other appropriate actions. The court has imposed such restrictions on vexatious litigants in the past, and then a whole bunch of cases. As such, plaintiff is directed to include a copy of this report and recommendation and any order adopting it with all future filings relating to the facts alleged. This report and recommendation is submitted to the district judge assigned to this action pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 636B1B and the court's local rule 72.3. Within 14 days of service, any party may file written objections to this R&R with the court and serve a copy on all parties. The document should be captioned "Objections to Magistrate Judge's Report and Recommendations." Any request for additional time to file objections should be filed with the clerk for consideration by the assigned district judge. After the objections period has ended, the clerk shall submit this R&R together with any objections to the assigned district judge. The district judge will review the magistrate judge's findings and recommendations pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 636B1C. The parties are advised that failure to timely file objections will result in the waiver of rights on appeal. So there you go. That's from Christopher Wray, the magistrate judge. And the judge, J. Randall Hall, Chief Justice of the Southern District of Georgia, says, after a careful de novo review of the record in this case, which means he read all of them. He read it all. The court concurs with the magistrate judge's report and recommendation, document 8, to which no objections have been filed. Accordingly, the R&R is adopted and the case is dismissed with prejudice. Order entered at Augusta, Georgia, this 17th day of February, 2021. There you go. Even the judge screwed up typing in the date, copy and pasted in the 11th, and had to write over it with 17th. Good job. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I love this guy. I hope you guys enjoyed that that reading. I want to point something out to you. I have done the Lord's work here in a different way that you're about to become aware of. You don't know about this yet, but we'll fix that in just a moment. I do this for you. This is for you. Here we go. Here it is. JustJared.com, by the way. Gerard Butler couples up with Morgan Brown in Italy. This is back on July 2016 at 12:20 a.m. You can actually go in. There are 308 comments on this one. Those comments, her comments are in here somewhere. They're in here. Or they've been deleted. It's hard to say. But you can go through these Just Jared articles. I think she might be this time to ask person. There's a couple different accounts that she might be. And you can see the people, like, trust me. The people on this forum are insane. They are insane. There's no other way to describe them. These people are crazy. Crazy. I've not seen forums this ridiculous. These people are following Gerard Butler. There's another article about Gerard Butler and Morgan Brown's hot bodies on vacation. Has almost 1,000 comments. Angry Baneling, Control F won't work because a lot of times their replies are nested in a link, and the other problem is I don't know what her screen name is on this website. So and plus so many comments have been deleted for harassment and all sorts of stuff, probably. But these things are here. These threads that she participated in, these are all in her book. These are in her book. And whoops. And they're magical. They're magical. She is arguing with everybody on this book. Or in this book, she's talking about arguing with everybody on that Just Jared thing. Okay, here we go. This is great. Remember where we left off, that Michael Fassbender's girlfriend, Alicia, was pretending she was married to Michael Fassbender and saying to Pamela's family, her cousin and her cousin's daughter, that Pamela was sleeping with a married woman's husband, the married woman being Alicia, who is not actually married, and the man being Michael Fassbender, Magneto from the New Mutants line of X-Men movies. Then the family, her family, began disavowing me as if I had the plague. While my parents began their bouts with cancer, with my father passing away in November 2016, the cursed retards of my family began avoiding me and them. My father and mother were in and out of the hospitals with cancer treatment and surgeries. I want to point out, with my father passing away in November 2016, the next line is my father and mother were in and out of the hospitals with cancer treatments and surgeries, and I was only there to take care of them. My uncle would take my mother to doctor's visits, but me and my brother would switch days staying with my parents at the hospital. I don't know how she's alive and dead. I had my own health concerns, but I placed them on the back burner and tried to keep the online insanity separate from work and home life. The cousin those fools contacted and lied about me to was an obese woman who'd never had any attention put on her in her life. She displayed bouts of jealousy and gossip to almost everyone and had been notorious in making up many lies and stories to get attention. As are all fat women. Her daughter had been learning her narcissistic ways. They would contact my mother with these projected stories while she was sick and just turn our household upside down. My own mother would develop an opioid addiction to oxycodone, a pain medicine that the chemo doctor had ordered for her. She began to take her meds and my father's meds in confusion and refused to let anyone monitor her or them. Soon she began telling made-up stories for sympathy. All this, on top of my father's cancer becoming irreparable, began to take a toll on the family. Second, they contacted jobs and my clients. I still had my business and I was looking for other work part-time. I wanted to save up money, of course, for the coming birth and finishing a doctoral degree in data/education management. I've always been rather successful with my students and working with their families either online or in-house. My latest concern was that one of my wealthier families had been contacted by these despots and had been given the charge to gather information from me. One strange message was sent to me that you are being watched by Weinstein from your client's home. Indeed, this troubled family had some very deep psychological issues themselves and would do anything, even sell a grandmother, to be rich and famous. I realized I had to keep an eye on them while not abandoning the student who needed help. Does this sound like someone? Does this sound like Ray Gordon to anybody? right? Ray Gordon's wealthy clients paying for the chess. This chick's wealthy families paying for the English tutoring of the students. As you can tell, she's definitely an English major with this book. I realized I had to keep an eye on them while not abandoning the student who needed help. My other clients were harassed online. One such client's internet had been scrambled to keep her daughter from attending the sessions. Eventually, I would have to quit working with students altogether, but my resolve to bring pain and suffering to my stalkers began to solidify into a deadly mix of evidence gathering and displaying their psychotic messages online. These men would pay dearly. Since then, I would start new jobs and positions and be mysteriously fired or removed from them. I cursed these fools and their families every day. Third, they hacked into every account and device I had. I received my first notice from my Yahoo phone account on October 2015. Your account was accessed by an IP address located in New Jersey. Ethan Van Sciver. My phone IP address? Wait, what? Who would hack into my phone like that? Why? It made absolutely no sense to me why someone would do such a thing to a woman they did not know. Soon, my computers, phones, and online accounts, all of them began to show suspicious activity. I went through 3 laptops each, coming down with a virus to damage the hard drive. These people did not want any trace of their activity on my devices. However, Yahoo and Google would continue to notify me when strange activity would occur. Harvey and his goons didn't care if they were caught. They joyfully told me, "We can do anything and you can't stop us." They were above the law. You know what? If there's someone who epitomizes above the law, it's in prison Harvey Weinstein. When I think of above the law, I think of a man in prison named Harvey Weinstein. Yep, that's it. Harvey had done this before to women. He had hunted them down online and browbeat them into sexual submission, and I was proving to be a difficult conquest. What even made the situation worse was the entitlement these fools projected over people's lives. This was their norm until their little fool, Harvey, decided to cross the line one too many times. Reminder, everyone, all of this is being done. All of this. So that Harvey Weinstein can have sex with Pamela Swain. Harvey Weinstein's life cannot continue and would not be complete without having sex with Pamela Swain. You must understand this. He doesn't know. He couldn't do anything else. He couldn't find any like 23-year-old actresses and supermodels that he'd been banging the entire time, coercing into sex or whatever. He couldn't coerce anyone else. He just had to hack the Yahoo accounts of Pamela Swain until she would put out. You mean, is she hot? Did you not see? Did you not see? She's right here. There she is right there. How did you not see this? My health began to deteriorate. I was pregnant and my weight soared while my energy levels tanked. Eventually, I would miscarry, and in many ways that was a blessing in disguise, for Harvey had upped the ante with the harassment. Apparently Harvey canceled all of her doctor appointments. Just so you know, all of the doctor appointments. Okay, remember when she added Richard Grannon to the lawsuit? Let's talk about Richard Grannon. I felt the desperation. I needed someone to get involved and deflect the nonsense emanating from the low IQ Harvey Weinstein surveillance. I had been researching the effects of narcissism in management and had come across a person, Richard Grannon, Spartan life coach, and thought erroneously, maybe this dude could talk to these people and get them out of my life for good. I posted his site on the Discus page. I thought for sure that these people would leave me alone after this and that these people would seek the help they needed for harassing people. Oh no, they contacted this man and began to slaughter me and my character. This is when Tony Robbins, loser guru of the ages, got involved. He was Gerard Butler's life coach, and no one encroached on his territory of rich celebrities. I despise these fools at this point. I prayed for their deaths every day. It was only 2015. I had names of them harassing me and stalking me, but I didn't have proof. So here we were, Harvey Weinstein and Tony Robbins. I did what any smart, educated woman would do. I profiled these fools. Yep. Harvey began his day online. I doubt he ever slept. He had a long list of people he would listen in and stalk. Most of his victims consisted of acquiring women for encounters. He was the sexual point guard for most of his buddies. Many of these buddies were Hollywood producers, businessmen, and politicians. He had come up through the ranks of the Democrat Liberal Party as a real go-getter, money man, and women procurer. He would meet up with the most hottest or beautiful starlet and engineer a breakup between them and their boyfriend/spouse. He and these foul beings would contact the starlet and threaten/promise to make her a star if she would consent to gang rape or sexual favors. To ensure their silence, these horrific fools would tape these encounters and use them as blackmail devices. He touted himself anonymously online, analyzing people with psychological disorders, my guess, from his own diagnoses. His go-to response, take your meds, when anyone proposed a differing opinion than he. It was easy to see that many people had tried to get him to seek professional help for his extreme obsessions and sexual dysfunctions, and he was using all that learned knowledge to throw at his new victims like a mentally deficient monkey throws his poo at people. From my professional experience, he had lived a childhood environment where rape and murder were the norm. The norm. He was unsalvageable as a human being. That was clear. He had been programmed to be evil, and he lived in his evil poo diapers with pride. Tony Robbins projected the same dysfunction. He and Harvey tag teamed on harassing women. Tony showed even more detrimental opinions. He flat out hates women. Quote, women are incapable of leadership. Whammons love my large dick. Have you ever been Baker acted? Christians shouldn't be allowed to vote. These little gems he'd throw out to people online. He relished in attacking female accounts and tearing the women down emotionally if he could. He displayed a dark, intense hatred for people. He would attack and tear down anyone who differed with his opinion or who felt a childish jealousy toward which is usually everyone. He parked himself on Gerard Butler's fan site and other article comment sites to glean some fame and attention his way. Tony Robbins riding on the coattails of Gerard Butler. He never felt he had attained the fame he thought he was entitled to from adoring fans, and God forbid you were smarter than him and gave specific responses that invalidated his disturbed opinions. You live on this site every day, he'd bellow through the comments. He remains a living nightmare. He runs several independent websites where he uses them to hunt out IP addresses of people. He'd set up smear rings and get people fired with spreading his vicious lies. He, Harvey Weinstein, and Alan Dershowitz live and breathe evil and hunger for new victims to chew up and spit out to bolster their limp egos. And then recruiting Richard Grannon, they had plans to invade every aspect of my life. He seemed like a nice person. He had a series of videos and information concerning narcissists on a well-advertised YouTube channel. According to all of his other female admirers, he fell from heaven to save each one of them from dangerous narcissists that they had been enslaved by unwittingly. God, this book is so good. This book is so good. I can't read all of it. I can't read all of it. I can't spoil this. This lady is so healthy. Oh, here we go. Meshikiari Rus says, am I wrong to think that this is a bunch of BS by a crazy person with too much time on their hands? How dare you? How dare you? By the way, I see that I did miss this chat. Sorry. I thought you meant a justice chat. How dare you suggest that this is a crazy person? This is real. This is real. This happened. Actually, to that point, and without a hint of irony, the scary thing about crazy people is this lady believes this. I've seen some joking comments about this being a fan fiction. This isn't fiction to her. She actually believes that Harvey Weinstein and Gerard Butler and Tony Robbins are engaged in a conspiracy through the website Just Jared to dox and have gang rape sex with her. She believes that in her ovaries. She thinks this is the truth. It's not a lie. It's not a fiction. She's not writing something that happened. It's the same as like Gail Cord Schuler or whatever. They believe this. They believe this. It's fascinating what the mind can do, isn't it? It's fascinating. If you ever want to like delve into the idea of how people get taken up in scams, right? Like old people get scammed all the time and all that stuff. I know this, right? I know this, but she tells a story in the book. She tells this story in the book of receiving an email from like an Indian site, right? Like where Angry Baneling lives. That India. Not the feather India, the sniper India. She tells a story about receiving an email from an Indian person, and that person told her that they had taken nude photos of her in her room, and she's like, how could they do this? How are they photoshopping me naked in my own room, right? She's very scared. And then they sent her one of the pictures. They sent her the picture, the photoshopped picture. And she said it was a bad Photoshop because it was an Indian woman. Couldn't see her face, but she looked like an Indian woman, the naked lady. And she's like, why were they targeting me? Why were they targeting me? And then at another point in the book, she says, it couldn't have been random. It took too much work. It took too much work to do this to just some woman to be random. It had to be targeted. And she doesn't understand that they just send out, like some place, a collection of scammers just sends out a catfish email or a catfish message on Facebook or whatever. And they send them out to thousands and thousands and thousands of people. and they wait for an reaction, an response. I'm saying "an" on purpose, but chill out. They wait for a reaction or response from anybody, and then when they react, they respond to those, and then they put pressure, and they do things, and they increase the threat. She doesn't realize that she's not being individually targeted. This is, I think, is it histrionic personality disorder? Where everything, it's not narcissistic. It's a little bit different. But basically, things, the focus falls onto them. They're the narrator and hero and villain of their own story. They're everything. They're every part of their own story. So that if this is being done to them, it's a unique thing. It's being done to them for a reason, not them because they just happen to be. And so when you get to a Melinda Scott, right? When you get to a Russell Greer, when you get to this lady who's even advanced beyond them, they believe full-heartedly that it's some pre-existing reason that they're being targeted. So when Kiwi Farms starts like laughing at one of these morons, they think they're laughing at them for the same reasons that they're being targeted by Indian and Russian scammers, which is they must have some secret information. They don't realize that they're being laughed at because of their response. They don't realize that they're being engaged by the scammers because they responded to the scammers. It doesn't register to them. That doesn't process in their brain. This lady talks about how the FBI in the book, the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA conspired against her. And never once so far in the book, again, I'm only a third of the way through it, but never once so far in the book has she illustrated any reason why the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA would be concerned with what information she may have. It's amazing. It's an amazing thing to me. I find it fascinating. So I saw this article. I thought, God, I have to share, or not the article. I saw the lawsuit. We have to talk about this. I can't believe I never heard of it. But I love it. I love it. It's great. It's great. All right. I think I had another story to share with you guys. Just a minute. Trying to think. Oh, it's probably on Twitter though. God damn it. Oh yeah. Let me see if I can pull this up. Oh my goodness. I'm as much as I love being down here in Florida, I cannot wait to be back home. Like I really just do not like the setup that I have here. You know? It's not the same. Okay. So this is at a Andy No. It's at a far left anti-capitalism protest today at Chase Bank in Manhattan. A masked protester falls down after attempting to climb the building. The black paint he was carrying is spilled all over the ground. All right. Here we go. Well, I think I have it muted for you guys. Nothing is complete in a protest without a stupid chant. You gotta have a fucking chant. Otherwise, you're not doing a left-wing protest right. Cringe Lord says, anyone with the operational security of a 14-year-old could record Hollywood elite twisted chuds and bake them like a small white boy under the high noon equatorial sun. Why is there never any solid evidence of creepers? And CJ says, I think her, Blasey Ford, Ray, and Alex Jones should have a redo watch party, having a foursome. After which they can theorize about Toye and Arms Girl's love child while Kamala cackles watching Biden sniff said love child's hair. That's disgusting. Thank you for ruining my night.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready? Ready!
Oh! Oh! In case you missed it. That's a fall from like 15, 20 feet.
Ready!
Oh, his ribs are annihilated. Annihilated. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, he deserves it. He deserves it. Let's see. There's some other small stories I wanted to share with you guys. This is a guy I want to talk to at some point. I want to talk to Michael Tracy. His arm is broken too. Oh, God. Play that part again, please. You got to go. I think I retweeted it so you can check it on Twitter. Hold on. Here we go. This is so great. Let's check out this thread. Don't need the headphones. Here we go. So this is from Michael Tracy. Again, someone I would like to talk to at some point. He seems like an interesting person. Rib, shoulder, arm, and likely hib 2 cracked in half. What an idiot. Oh my God. So Michael Tracy says, traumatized journalists are now declaring themselves a marginalized group. Okay, here's the Substack article. Let me move it over a little bit. After I published a post this week about elite journalists increasing reliance on therapeutic trauma jargon to make professional demands, one of the journalists mentioned really went out of her way to confirm the core thrust of the post. Felicia Sonmez, a national political reporter at the Washington Post, I repeat, not some lowly, precarious freelance rando, but a national political reporter at the Washington Post, appeared to claim I was morally derelict in failing to investigate her private health history before writing a Substack item. As it turns out, she'd had an especially fraught medical appointment the previous day, which I apparently should have known about. And so in publishing that post, I was attempting to silence trauma survivors such as herself. I had purposely avoided litigating the exact details of Sonmez's claim to possessing untouchable survivor status, but anyone interested in further information would be well advised to read Emily Yoff's feature-length 2019 magazine article on the subject, which at the very least raises some pertinent questions. Nonetheless, other journalists accuse me of silencing women by writing a Substack post that women clearly felt free to use their voices in order to criticize, which raises additional questions about what is precisely meant by silencing, if not inhibiting the ability of people to make their voices heard. But the more significant late-breaking development was that PEN America, a flagship media advocacy organization whose mission statement proclaims its undying commitment to protect free expression in the United States and worldwide, published a sprawling new report entitled "No Excuse for Abuse." Suffused with all the standard PR vernacular that one would expect to find in any contemporary corporate strategy document, the report identifies journalists as a group suffering profoundly on account of being disproportionately targeted for online abuse. Consequently, the report declares journalists have found their voices are silenced. For all the silencing allegedly happening these days, a whole lot of people are loudly expressing their views on the topic at hand. The report issues a dazzling array of demands for how social media companies must ensure their platforms are made safer and more equitable on behalf of crippled and despondent journalists, with the category of journalist now all but christened as a new protected class which society must marshal massive resources to defend. Hence the report's call for, listen to this, hence the report's call for Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram to, quote, develop content specifically tailored to the needs of writers and journalists. It's unclear, however, if the report envisions all writers and journalists as expected beneficiaries of these demands. A few paragraphs in, the report clarifies, PEN America has rooted our recommendations in the experiences and needs of writers and journalists who identify as women, BIPOC, LGBTQIA+, and as members of religious or ethnic minorities. It gets better. It gets better, guys. The report provides another avalanche of evidence for how mainstream and institutionalized this style of therapeutic trauma jargon is rapidly becoming. A category distinction is drawn between non-traumatized versus traumatized journalists, indicating how traumatized person has been distilled into some sort of nifty identity label you can just affix to yourself at your convenience, which then, of course, intersects with your approximately 10,000 other approved identity traits. As the report explains, when online abuse drives women, LGBTQIA+, BIPOC, and minority writers and journalists to leave industries that are predominantly male, heteronormative, and white, public discourse is impoverished. Guys, is journalism predominantly male, heteronormative, and white? First of all, any white male I've seen who's a journalist lately is not masculine. They're just male. They're just male. And I think they are revolting against their dangly bits. PEN flips the script, presumably in order to maintain some semblance of fidelity to its original mission statement, by claiming that those purportedly engaged in online abuse against journalists are themselves the one attempting to censor, even though trolls generally lack the power to impose formal speech restrictions. Online abuse not only undermines equity and inclusion, but also inhibits a free press and chills freedom of expression, the report charges. Here we go. This is the best part. To its credit, the report occasionally feints at hypothetical concerns about how the blunt instrument of proactive measures to reduce online harm could curtail legitimate speech. But it is overwhelmingly focused on a suite of proposals for how Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram should institute a broad range of systemic reforms in accordance with the preferences of allegedly traumatized journalists, which would necessarily curtail vast amounts of speech. One of the hottest takes found in the report, this is the gold line, and we're done after this part, but one of the hottest takes found in the report is the recommended creation of an SOS button that would allow journalists to instantly activate in-platform protections, as well as an emergency hotline, phone, or chat providing personalized, trauma-informed support in real time. An internet is mean to me button. Help, 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 help. There's a troll in my comments. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Someone doesn't like my article. He's got that here. FYI, the reason I keep talking about this therapeutic trauma jargon stuff is because it's so rapidly infiltrating every media activism institution, being confided into policy plus mores that affect society writ large. My favorite part of researching this post might have been discovering that journalist Talia Levin, a white Harvard graduate, recently declared herself marginalized. Of course she did. Of course she did. Of course she did. By the way, guys, follow Michael Tracy on Twitter. The guy really does have some good. He's got some good stuff. Did I have something else? Oh yes, I have one more thing. One more thing. By the way, I'm not logged into my own Twitter on my computer because the last time I logged into this into Twitter with this computer was my Mercado Law account, which is dead. I hope you saw this. Jack Packard. I had no idea who this dummy was. He says, I'm that guy on Red Letter Media's Best of the Worst semi-professional video game enjoyer at escapistmagazine.com and company player at Comedy Sports MKE. Now, The Escapist. I remember, I don't watch The Escapist. Or read The Escapist or whatever. But I remember years and years and years ago, my friend was like, hey, here's a game journalism magazine that isn't ridiculous. It's called The Escapist, and some of their reviews are pretty good. They're funny and whatever. And I was like, oh, okay. And I've since heard that The Escapist has gone ridiculous. But here you go. Here you go. Most of us assumed there wasn't a real huge divide about The Last Jedi. But to see it broken down like this. Clear timeline, proper citation, statistical analysis, linking the alt-right's culture war to Star Wars hate as a gateway drug? Terrifying. And the article is the Rewriting Ripley article about Star Wars, where if you have ever criticized any Star Wars movie, ever, you're an alt-right racist and hate monger. You are part of the alt-right culture war going all the way back to the 1980s and Rush Limbaugh. Proper citation, statistical analysis, and clear timeline. This article was fictionalized bullshit. It was amazing. I don't even care about this. I've been hating Star Wars forever. I don't just hate The Last Jedi. I hate all of it. That's me. But here we go. Let's take a look at this. Some back and forth that goes here. Harlack, did you drink floor varnish as a child? Do you believe the moon is made out of cheese? You still think Santa and the Easter Bunny is real? No need for attacking Jack, sir. I disagree with the article, and I put those disagreements into words without resorting to ad hominem. Okay, I got to address this. People don't understand ad hominem, all right? Insulting someone is not ad hominem. Ever. Ever. You're fat is not ad hominem when I say you're fat. If I say you're wrong because you're fat, that is ad hominem. If I say, hey, fatso, You're wrong because your point doesn't make sense here, here, and here, and it's contradicted by this thing, and this thing. That's not ad hominem. That's just an insult. Stop it. This guy, did you drink floor varnish as a child? Do you believe the moon is made out of cheese? Do you think Santa and the Easter Bunny is real? Those are not ad hominem. He's not saying anything about the argument being wrong because of any of these things. He's just asking him if these things have occurred. Ad hominem. I saw this so much on my Legal Eagle response video that I did a while back, where I just did a short video responding to Legal Eagle being a fucking idiot about Trump's impeachment. People are like, why so many ad hominems? There wasn't any ad hominems. I never claimed that Legal Eagle was wrong because he's a giant dork. He's a giant dork and also wrong. Those are two separate things. One's an insult and the other is that he's wrong. You're fat because you're wrong is a whole other argument. Correct. All right. Eric Draven comes back. Eric Draven. The crow. Oh my God. It can't rain all the time, Eric Draven. You mean the decency that they have been showing to us, calling us alt-right Nazis, white supremacists, sexist just for not liking a shitty movie? You don't get to call for decency when you treat others like subhumans. It's fucked up what the authors of the article did. I would ask that you save the totally deserved vitriol for them. No, it would. By your definition, dude, it would still be ad hominem. Stop. If it's vitriolic up here and it's ad hominem, then it would be ad hominem here. Stop it. Stop being inconsistent. Everybody deserves vitriol. Everybody. For them, but engage with Jack on an equal footing. You can, of course, do as you please, but be wary of shooting the messenger, even if said messenger agrees with the message. It's not. No, the messenger's a fucking moron. That's his problem. Why should I engage with him on equal footing when he shared an article stating it as an absolute fact and viewing it as terrifying? You would think that someone with two brain cells would view this article with skepticism instead of falling for it hook, line, and sinker. I was hoping if Jack was open to discussing the article, we could do so in a civil manner and maybe coming to an understanding and maybe persuade him to rethinking his position. I don't disagree with your point, though. Jack Packard. I think the article has two interesting points. That demonstrably, the praise outweighed the hate by 2-1, while we all had a feeling of being equally divided. That some alt-right associated sites have jumped on hating it and the algorithm can spiral viewers deeper into Attle-right. So Atlanta-right, apparently. The first point is interesting and I would like to look further into it as my perception. It's not demonstrable. It's not demonstrable at all. The statistical analysis was inherently flawed. It was inherently flawed. Oh my God. Oh Christ. I would like to look further into it as my perception that any praise for it was few and far between. I wholeheartedly disagree with the second point as they unapologetically conflated conservative leaning with alt-right in most citations. I think conservative leaning versus alt-right is a bit splitting hairs, as much like genres, interpretation is mostly about perception, which gets into a philosophical realm that I'm not equipped to discuss. Wrong, Jack. Wrong. Conservative leaning and alt-right are wildly divergent. In fact, conservative and alt-right are wildly divergent concepts. The alt-right does not hold the same positions as conservatives, and conservatives do not hold the same positions as the alt-right. Thus, the distinction between having conservatives and alt-right. If they had the same positions, or even substantially close positions, they would just be conservative or alt-right. Both of them would not exist. My God, man. You are saying people with conservative leanings are basically ethno-nationalists. Can you not see how disingenuous this is? Your last sentence is the only truth you've managed to offer up today. Not equipped to discuss. Most ignorant thing I've heard in a while, and I have teenage kids. But what about when you got stuff like this? One is far right and the other is on the left, yet they sound exactly the same. Blah, blah, blah. So as a moderate Dem, do I have to count myself as far/alt left, or is it only splitting hairs if you're a Republican? Yeah. Long story short, this guy is a fucking moron. Here we go. That being said, there's no absolute connection/causation between not liking the movie and being alt-right, nor is it any supposed by the article. No, they don't say that. They just say that every person who professed online criticism was alt-right. That's what they did. There is some correlation between YouTubers using that hate. Nope. None. There's actually no correlation between YouTubers using hate. There's YouTubers expressing an opinion and finding communal agreement about that opinion. That's it. That's what it is. As someone who plays and reviews video games, he should know this, right? Like, this should be obvious to him. Because he'll express an opinion about a video game in a review and he will find community, or he won't. This guy's way too nice, by the way, Sizer. I appreciate the response. I'm in disagreement over the degree in which the article supposes that correlation exists, especially in their framing of it influencing the third movie in the trilogy. I hear that correlation disagreement, but I think there's no doubt that the third film noticeably changed course. I'll meet you halfway and agree there's no way any of us on this side of the screen could really know why decisions were made. I can agree with that, Jack. Why? Why do you think there's no way that we could know why the decisions were made? That's nonsense. This is nonsense. Here we go. This guy, here's this response. Their points are easily deconstructed. He hasn't responded to this one. And that's always a dumb criticism. I'm not criticizing him because I know how many notifications I get and I don't respond to tons of stuff, and it has nothing to do with the content of the post. It's just a lot of them I don't see. But I'm just noting he probably hasn't seen this one. The points are easily deconstructed. Their alt-right terminology is arbitrary. They label many people alt-right that aren't. For example, they call Ben Shapiro alt-right, but he's actually an enemy of the alt-right. YouTube, which they say is negative towards The Last Jedi, is actually a better representation of the population than Twitter. 22% of the U.S. adults are on Twitter, 74% are on YouTube. 10% of Twitter users make 80% of the tweets. Of that 10%, 65% of them are women. So there you go. He does a statistical breakdown of why Twitter is bad. It doesn't actually show why YouTube is a better representation, and more appropriately, why YouTube commentators, YouTube creators would be a better representation. That's not clearly laid out in this. This is a Twitter argument. Why am I nitpicking this? Just because I want to be as fair as possible. But criticisms of Twitter are absolutely correct. The YouTube stuff just isn't fleshed out very well, but it doesn't matter. You know this is retarded because a whole bunch of people, probably everyone you know who saw The Last Jedi, went, this is garbage. This is a bad movie. And you can't use any objective analysis on The Last Jedi as far as money making, because The Last Jedi's money making was going to be based on the prior value of the franchise. All of it, from all the way back to 1976 to today. It's a combined unit of intellectual property, and the success of each piece of property that comes out of that is reliant on the entire unit and is insulated and almost insured by the unit. That's why it's such a valuable property. We're coming up on a 50-year history. It's got a 45-year history of success, 45 years of goodwill and good credit. That makes it inherently valuable. It's hard to devalue in one swoop 45 years of good in the entertainment industry. Now, each subsequent piece that comes out that is garbage will further tarnish the brand, and eventually that goodwill will go away. That's a thing that will happen. But that brand devaluation takes a very, very, very long time. And for examples of that, you can find any number of major brands that are over 30 to 40 years old. And I'm talking major nationally known brands. And they have had any number of failed product launches, failed store launches, failed rebrandings, failed new flavors, failed recipe changes, failed design changes that their communities forgive them for, because the overall impact of the brand, the scales still tip towards the positive for most people. That's not going to suddenly change from one thing. It takes a significant and consistent failure of vision to steer that ship in a different direction. It's not fast. That is why these brands that are old and consistently liked, that's why they're so valuable. It's not why they're around. They're around because they sell product, but selling product doesn't make something automatically valuable going into the future. But a venerable brand that has decades and decades of goodwill has probably a decade of failures as insulation before that goodwill evaporates. So it bothers me when people don't understand. Like, I'm not a marketing expert, right? Like I didn't study marketing. I don't have some stupid degree in marketing or anything like that, probably to my credit, by the way. But I don't have some special expertise in this. I'm espousing on this from a lay perspective, but I don't think I'm wrong. I've gotten that lay perspective from observing how this happens year after year after year. Look how long it takes for major retail stores to actually start fading into obscurity and go out of business. If this stuff changed quickly, GameStop would have been out of business a decade ago. And now GameStop looks like it might make a recovery because they're talking about rebranding and re-envisioning their concept. But they cashed in on decades of goodwill with consumers to do that, and came very close to the brink of failure. Dex Luther. So I want to address this in a non-confrontational way. He says, the profits earned by each of the new movies proves the goodwill evaporated faster than you think. Yeah. But those new movies, when did the third trilogy start? Let's see. Star Wars third trilogy. Sequel trilogy. Let's see. When did we come out? May 2011. Lucas was in Orlando. Force Awakens 2015. All right. 2015. Force Awakens comes out. Let me tell you something. This is a secret. And this may hurt you. The Force Awakens was fucking bad. I'm sorry. The Force Awakens was fucking bad. 2015. All right, here we go. The next movie, The Last Jedi. Last Jedi, 2017. Last Jedi was really, really fucking bad. And then the Last Skywalker or whatever, the last one, I didn't even watch. I don't even know. But I'm guessing was even worse. All right. And yes, profits are going down on each of them. However, they're still netting billions of dollars. billion box office dollars each. And assuming the next Star Wars movie were to be released in a non-COVID era, it would be $1 billion box office as well. Maybe 980 million, right? Right? Like, we're going to get somewhere close. And it's a steady decline. However, and it may actually go up due to inflation or whatever. They're still objectively successful movies, even if they're subjectively unsuccessful due to expectations on what they should make. The Last Jedi should have been the next to last movie that was made in the Star Wars franchise. And while we're only focusing on the 3 sequels, they also made 2 spin-offs, Rogue One and Solo. The Last Jedi should have been the next to last movie, and instead they made 5. That's based on the 50 or 45 years, at the time 40 years of goodwill of that. The fact that they got a 3rd movie, much less a 4th and a 5th, that's based on all that goodwill. And while it is going down, I agree with you. That it is that goodwill is evaporating. It's taken. We're 2015. We're now 6 years in. They're gonna make another Star Wars movie. That's gonna happen whenever that comes out. Heck, they did The Mandalorian, which is a Star Wars show. They have more plans for the property, but based on The Last Jedi alone, the whole IP should be dead. That's my point. And it's not. It's dead to people on YouTube, sure. It's dead to, not normies. Normies will still go watch those movies because they're like, oh, Star Wars, it's gonna be a big production, it's gonna be cool, it's gonna be great. George Lucas is wonderful. Ugh. When they bring out the next Star Wars, you will watch it. I haven't watched the last Star Wars, and I won't watch the next one either. I don't care. I don't like any of them. I don't even like the originals. So I have no inclination to watch any of these movies. The only reason I watched, I still haven't seen Solo. I watched Rogue One, I watched Last Jedi, and I watched the Force Awakens. I did not watch Rise of Skywalker. I didn't watch Mandalorian either. I have no reason or desire or inclination to watch any of them. Don't care. Only watched Rogue One because I ended up and The Last Jedi and the Force Awakens. I only watched them because people I know were watching them, so I went with them. That's it. So terrible. All right, let's oh my gosh. I'm doing such long shows down here in Florida. Oh man. Real quick, I wanted to talk to you guys about something. A guy sent me an email and I need to respond to him. I've been really lax on emails while I'm down in Florida in general. He sent me an email. He has created a service that allows the watch parties that I do on Twitch, right? I do the Twitch watch parties and we watch Amazon Prime content because that they partner with Twitch. He has written software apparently that does that with other services like Netflix, for example. I don't know how, but it synchronizes the playback. So I guess that everybody can click on the link and they can all watch the playback from whatever service there is. It doesn't play through Twitch. It's just like Amazon Prime doesn't play through Twitch. So everybody just gets basically a synchronized link. And so what happens on Twitch is still me and I'm not broadcasting the information. I would presumably you would still need a Netflix subscription or whatever to actually access the data. So I'm going to be looking at that because there's some good movies on other sites that would be fun to watch party, but we'll have to see. I'll check it out. We'll probably test it out when I get home. But pretty interesting. And again, this is all predicated on I have to make sure it complies with my Twitch partner agreement and copyright law. But if it's merely just a way to synchronize people's existing access to these services, there's lots of good shows, movies, and anime that aren't on Amazon Prime that'd be a fuckload of fun to watch. Angry Baneling, I'm not even reading your chats. What do you want? Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction is on Prime, I think. Fun show in half-hour increments. The Goes Wrong show is on Twitch. It's on Amazon. We'll probably watch the Goes Wrong show at some point. It was fun. That's a good show. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on. And by the way, just as a note, I'm thinking of doing a format on Twitch during the day, similar to what Tim Pool does on his show, where I'm thinking of hosting a live stream at regular times during the day, during the week on Twitch. And then those shows would be very casual. People could submit stories or whatever they want. I'll explore the stories on Twitch in like defined segments. And then those things can be clipped and uploaded to the appropriate YouTube channel. If it's a legal story or legal issue, political thing, can take a look at it, go over to the Ricada Law channel. If it's a media story or something like that, it can be uploaded as a clip to the Ricada Media channel. But the idea would be to increase Twitch traffic and then also create content for other channels. Would be a fun time. So that's something I'm toying around with. I don't know exactly how to do it yet, but that'll be coming soon. Zalcor Odyssey live streams. I got to get the link. I don't have the go live button yet from Odyssey, but I do have a communication with a higher up person at Odyssey, and I'm going to be exploring that communication probably after Easter because it is Easter. But very exciting stuff. I would love to talk to them more. I really like their platform, and I hope the SEC loses their lawsuit, which I'll be covering great. So, V2K Gaming, yeah, so just chatting would be the idea. And I do have a hot tub, you bigot. How dare you? How dare you? So, all right, let's do chats, and then we'll wrap up. Also, Angry Baneling, I want you to know I learned something. I think it was yesterday. This is just for Angry Baneling. Angry Baneling, guess what I learned yesterday? Risk of Rain has a hidden character that's hard to get. I just found out. So there's another character on Risk of Rain 2 that I don't yet have because it's hidden. And you have to unlock a couple hard achievements to get that character, just so you know. It's called The Heretic, and I'll be going after it soon. So, good news for you. Just want you to know about it. Oh. Okay, let's do this. Wolfgang Deo says, Shade221 says, In gay nerd voice, just speak normally. Ricada Law, set up your phone with Discord. Then when you need to sign in on another PC you don't normally use, you can scan your QR code to sign in using the phone and authenticate the sign-in from the phone. Well, yeah, I can sign into my Discord on my phone. That's fine. But I can't bring that up as easily during a stream, and I don't really want to do that anyway. But I'll check Gelth's messages after the show. But yeah, my kid, I should never say this, I guess, but my kid uses Discord with some friends in a closed group. And this is the computer my kid normally uses to play Minecraft and stuff like that, which is why it's a constant disaster. Night of Hope says, John Lay is a scumbag who still hasn't given either me or my kid sister a refund for our VIP passes from the COVID bitch down last year. Just FYI, if you buy tickets to Anime Matsuri, be sure you're going because these assholes don't do refunds, apparently. Night, that's kind of weird. They did do a limited refund, but they also said that if you didn't do a refund, you got tickets to this year and next year. So, but you know, I'd be happy to help resolve that issue for you. If you want to email me some information and help me get that, I'm happy to reach out to John and Denise and help resolve your situation as much as I can. So, I don't know any specifics, or anything like that. I don't know if you're planning on going this year and or next year, but, for Matsuri, if you didn't get refunded tickets for last year, they gave you tickets for this year and next year. So that might be worth looking into. But if you want help with that, email me and I can maybe pass that along to them. I don't know if I can do any good on that, but I'm happy to help out. So Silky Johnson says, I'm guessing that cheerleader is in a school district infested with AIDS-riddled commies, which is why they squawk like Ron Soye. Everyone involved in that administration should be fired out of a cannon and sued for the wasted tax dollars in their insane crusade. Yep. Fluffy Side Up says, hey, Nick, long time no chat. I apologize. No. Please don't apologize for taking breaks and not being here. I started my pre-law minor and my first class was legal writing and research. We're starting our first motion memorandum this week. Do you have any tips? Yeah, write more than you think you should. I always wrote too little. I don't like writing a ton. I wrote less. I wrote concisely and truncated, and everybody else is writing like 10 pages more than me. And I'm like, why? But the writing professors like that longer writing style, generally speaking. But what I will say is this, just be clear, and then follow the rules. IRAC, right? Intro, rule, analysis, conclusion. Do it over and over and over again. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, this feels very Greer. Perhaps a reading is in order in the way of Why is Taylor Swift. That would be fun. I'll think about it. Wolfgang Deo says, so it likely started with one jackass, then another one, then a gang formed of internet idiots, all claiming to be public names, and she has since thought that it was truly these people. Lol, I mean, she sure has resilience to keep going. Wrong path. Wolfgang Deo says, superstitious, oblivious B, he has no balls. Silky Johnson says, one of my favorite Conan jokes was a Chris Brown one. It was about how he was cheating on Rihanna with a waitress and she knew something was up because he came home with another woman's lipstick on his knuckles. Oh no. Felipe Move says, Nick, don't get sad. I was using a phrase that crazy woman used, that she was looking at Facebook for funny jokes. You know we love you. I do. More than I deserve. Malik Foxon says, did I just hear unauthorized fake news? No, you heard unauthorized fake nudes. Why am I hearing those words together more and more these days? Do people think fake news is illegal? Wait, actually, they probably do. Don't answer that. But she said fake nudes. Cynic in Chief says, Jude, the case is hereby dismissed. Plaintiff is required to attend mandatory psychiatric evaluation. I think he means judge, but we're going to go with Jude. Timothy Reaper says, you really need to watch the trailer for Gail Schuler's movie. Don't drink the Jesus juice. Macaulay Culkin. Okay. Timothy Reaper says, Jim wants on. Check Democrat voter rolls. Wolfgang Deo says, I think she is actually a normal person. Mental illness is typically things inside one's mind going wrong, not when there's a group of trolls ganging up on you. She should just create new contact details or report the emails to the police. But yeah, no, normal people do not respond to trolls in the way that she does. And she also, you got to understand like where the context of where this is taking place. It's taking place in a comment section on a TMZ knockoff site where people are fawning over and arguing over Gerard Butler to the tune of 1,000 comments. 1,000 comments on these stories. And those are not indicative of the number of views on the story by unique viewers, because many of these comments are repeat people. They find these forums and they share their obsessions and their fantasies with other people who have similar obsessions and fantasies, and then it multiplies and spreads. It's not that simplistic. Wolfgang Deo says, if uncivil, this case, man, buddy, I'm going to call you and bother you with this case. It's something of magic. It is something of magic. Wolfgang Deo says, if Pamela Swain would vet her thoughts and opinions, she would see the truth. However, since she has went so far into conspiracy theory land, she may have cognitive dissonance against the embarrassment of being so wrong and vocal about it. I ain't helping. So I was hate watching Pod Save America for a long time. Crooked Media came out with some stupid poll about anti-voting bills. I commented vaccine passports needed if you wish to vote. I bet they would be on board with that, lol. By the way, the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, put out an executive order. He put out an executive order that says that COVID passports, vaccination passports will not be required for travel in Florida. Very interesting clashes of government and state power coming up in that these are going to be legal issues to deal with coming up soon. Very interesting. And then Wet Ass Pontoon says, man, what a good couple of days. Watching that commie go splat on the ground, some lunatic woke teacher in LA going on a racist tirade about a black student and his mother, and now journos crying about protected class. I feel like a kid on Christmas. I have no idea what the woke teacher in LA is. That sounds great. I want to hear that. Yeah, uncivil, when I get a few minutes, I'll text you tomorrow and see if we can set up a call. Wolfgang Deo says, I have my pitchfork. We all do. Where is Dewey? Silva Luca says, for the swear jar. Hi, Nick. Thanks. Wolfgang Deo says, F a cheerleader, my girl. Anthony Arriba says, hey, Nick, you heard about the Republican Phil Scott embracing critical race theory and excluding white individuals from getting the vaccine? Nope. Did not. The gray one says, evening, Nick. My weekend is about to start. Just waiting to clock out. Just tune in for the school talk. I was told outright in middle school you have no rights, period, under any circumstances. That was an improper legal analysis unless you went to middle school prior to 1969. So the Japanese Yakuza 1 says, what's up? Oh, my God. I am honored to be in the presence of the Japanese Yakuza. I really am. What's up with you? Itadami. Japanese words. Japanese words. Japanese words. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Arigato. Sayonara. Aurelanius says, ever had Tabasco Farm whiskey out of Delaware? Quite good. I have not, but I would. Sounds great. Or Tobacco Farm whiskey, not Tabasco Farm whiskey. Thank you for that. Infierter, welcome to Paralegal Status. Wolfgang Deo says, OG God F, oh God, I just saw that cheerleader. Well, yeah. Super Iron Bob said, dude, she's 14. It's fine. Don't look at 14-year-old cheerleaders. Super Iron Bob says, never forget, before becoming a conservative pundit, Owens tried to launch and run a doxing site. Oh, Candace Owens. There you go. Good job, her. Twilight Dragon says, did she sue Taylor Swift too? These damn biased judges. Shakaval says, phenomenal. She's barking mad. A regular loon. James Spoon says, it sounds like Pamela is 2 sandwiches short of a picnic. Got it. Guys, so I went to the liquor store today to buy this. The liquor store is not too far from my parents' house. And right next door to it, there's a Cuban sandwich shop. And so I left the liquor store, and the Cuban sandwich shop is behind me on the way I need to go. So, it's like you get out of the parking lot and you're going away from the sandwich shop, but then you turn around and go back past it. And so I got this bottle of Florida liquor to try. It's really bad. Don't buy it. Red Drum Rye Whiskey. Just buy a bottle of Woodford. It's way better and about the same price. Anyway, so I get out of the liquor store parking lot and I'm heading back to my parents' place, and I look and the Cuban sandwich shop is open still. It's almost 9:00. And this is normal for many people, right? For probably the majority of you, anybody who lives anywhere near a metro or a suburban area knows that there are places open around. Where I live, the only grab and go food you can get at night is basically fast food. So you're going to go to like A&W or Dairy Queen, McDonald's, Burger King, something like that. There is a Jimmy John's, but it's like 20 minutes from my house. So there's no like, I'm hungry at 9, 10 at night. I want to just grab some good food. That doesn't really exist where I live. There's one burrito place. And they have pretty good burritos. I don't know. In non-COVID times, they're open until midnight, but they're also 20 minutes away from my house. By my house, the only grab and go food is a Dairy Queen. Everything else is 20 minutes. So I'm not used to this. And I start driving back to my parents' house, and I look, and I see the open sign on the sandwich shop, and I'm like, oh God, that sandwiches. No, I'm strong. I'm a strong man. And I start driving straight. I'm like, I don't need a sandwich. I can just eat some leftovers. I can just eat a candy bar. So I'm driving and I go over this bridge, and then I get to a light, and I'm like, turn around, U-turn, drive back, went straight back to that sandwich shop, and I'm like, you give me a salami sandwich, you son of a bitch. Except I said it without any of the profanity, and I said it much nicer, but God, it was good. It was good. I love Cuban sandwiches. Just good food. It wasn't fast food. It took him about 5 minutes to make my sandwich or whatever. God, it was good. That's the hardest part of living in a small town. I love so much about living in a small town. I thought I would die, like legitimately die when we moved to a small town. I got used to it pretty quick. But what I will never get used to is the lack of good food. Did I bring one back for Lady Rackets? No, but I brought Cuban toast back, which is actually French bread toast, but flattened. They like have French bread baguette basically for the bread, but it's like smashed down and thin. And it's good. It's really good bread. But I brought her some toast because she liked the toast. But she's not a huge fan of the sandwiches because the sandwiches have a mayo mustard mix on them, and she doesn't like mayo or mustard. And I know I could get it without it, but there's not really much point. There's not really much point in doing that. The mayo mustard mix makes the sandwich. Sorry, that's because James Spoon said, it sounds like Pamela is 2 sandwiches short of a picnic. You have no idea how much I want to eat another sandwich right now. Masked Cucko, I did bring her food. I brought her toasted bread. Kiwi Goes Live says, Pamela Swain, smash or pass? Pass. Also, 100% guarantee she won't come after you either way because genies are involved. Just go with it. 200 Watt Studio says, Lemoyne, yes, give me some of that Swain juice. Disgusting. Wolfgang, Asia Fraser, don't you even Hamilton me right now. That song is brutal. You know what line always gets me from that song? Asia Fraser brought up It's Quiet Uptown by Hamilton. So it's after Hamilton's son dies in the duel, right? And he and Eliza are having troubles because, you know, he basically caused his son to die in a duel. And she hasn't forgiven him yet. And in the song, he says, I take the children to church on Sunday, make a sign of the cross at the door, and I pray. That never used to happen before. And as a dad, right, like that line hits me, I should say, hits me pretty hard, right in the dad feels, because it's like, this is Alexander Hamilton. This is a man of reason. This is a man of wit and intelligence and ability who forged a path out of nothing into being one of the most powerful men in the country by sheer will. And then he lost his son. And then the historical accuracy of that line is irrelevant to the emotion, the evocative emotion of this line, right? So take it out of Alexander Hamilton's thing. Here's a person whose entire life was wrought by his own hands. And then it was taken out of his hands. The important thing, his son Philip, was taken away from him. And so then he started to surrender a little bit of that to something else. It's not about God or anything like that. It's just the idea that his son and the loss of that son was so important and impactful to him that it caused him to surrender his own failings to something else. Good song. Good show. Okay, next. Wolfgang Deo says, don't take his money, boomer. Haha, yeah, right. Shakaval says, sounds like she's writing adult erotica. She is. Jason Smoot says, having a glass of Whistle Pig. God, good choice. Mr. Lulzbot, I don't have that much money. God, that'd be amazing to buy Hamilton's pistols. That would be amazing. That'd be amazing. Wolfgang Deo says, does Dr. Pamela hold a degree like Dr. Jill Biden's? I don't think Pamela ever finished her doctoral degree. Jason Stevens says, send her home some David Icke so we can just get to the queen behind everything and how she is the leader of the lizard people. Iz Hailson says she needs a family reunion at Popeyes. I agree. Wolfgang Deo says, Pamela Swain is why we need more pro se litigants. It's so funny. That video game fail says, hey, Nick, today a Twitch streamer by the name of Vinny Vinesauce was almost canceled by people accusing him of having consensual relations with women. Should look into it and possibly reach out. The other cancellation that's really, really strange right now is Deshaun Watson. He's a Houston Texan football player, Deshaun Watson. And he's now being accused by like 80 women or something like that. But there's this really crazy story how none of them have gone to the police and they're all being represented by Tony Busby, this very, very rich Houston lawyer. And Tony Busby put out this really strange statement the other day about why none of the women have gone to the police, accusing the U.S. police or the Houston police chief of like corruption, and that the police would be involved in a conspiracy in favor of Deshaun Watson against Tony Busby, even though it wouldn't be him bringing the claims, it'd be the women. God, it's weird. It's weird as fucking hell. Vinny Vinesauce, huh? Maybe. I'd never heard of him. Space Force Commander says, Ty needs to be read a few lines of her grand novel. And Space Force Commander also says, thank you for reading this. Best lawsuit ever. If it was dismissed with prejudice, does that prevent lawsuit reloaded, the sequel? I mean, in theory, yes, but people can always file stuff. It has to be, the fact that it was dismissed before will eventually be brought up, but it doesn't stop them from filing it again. By the way, guys, if I ever get Me Too'd, I can't tell you enough how much I really don't fucking have any energy for any woman other than Lady Rackets. I cannot express how little interest I have in anybody else because I'm exhausted from just one person, and thinking of a second, like having to deal with a second woman, is the most horrifying thought in my entire life. Like, let's not even figure in the fact that I can't even schedule my own show, which happens every single night, so I don't know how I'd schedule secret meetings between someone else. But the fucking busy work of having to listen to another woman talk ever is beyond me. Oh my God. I don't know what these dudes are doing. Angry Baneling says, stream with EVS when? It's been a while. I miss it. I can reach out when I get, I'm trying not to stream with anybody really until I get back home. I hate not having my setup. It's really fucking annoying. Wolfgang Deo says, if journalists weren't so idiotically wrong, ... Super Iron Bob says, suffer not the blue check to a pine. Let's see. Adam Wofford says, it looks like discount communist Spider-Man couldn't climb just a few feet. I guess those society spider powers were at half power because he was starving. Well, I guess he's our new Spider-Man. Wolfgang Deo says, they can call me, oh no, someone called you fat. Chad Van Winkle says, curious what you think of the creator of the Astartes project being hired by Games Workshop. I hope it shows some promising changes. I really do. I think Games Workshop really needs to branch out into better creative content, and they need their visual lore to match their written lore. And the Astartes project, the Astartes YouTube series, is one of the only visual representations of Space Marines that actually matches what's in the books. They're fast, they're terrifying, there's weight to what they do, but they always take that weight in a slow and lumbering direction, but they're not slow and lumbering. Space Marines are horrifyingly fast, unreasonably fast. They move faster than it looks like they should be able to, and that's part of their charm. But in the shows, in the movies, in the animations that they do, in the video games, Space Marines are always too slow. Always. And without fail. So I'm hoping that hoping that his vision helps lead them towards better visions. Deether says they need a better control of the games using their license. Most are shit. They do have a lot of control though. That's the one thing. They license their IP out to a lot of game studios. It was actually a good strategy, I think, because it really brought a lot of people into the community, despite most of the stuff they put out being shit. It just reached a bunch of audiences. They do have good control over the lore aspects of the game. I just don't think they know what to do with it. I think Games Workshop doesn't understand how they're describing things in the books versus how they're visually represented. 200 Watt Studios says a marginalized group, SOS button. Man, this is what journalism has come to. Pathetic. Edward R. Murrow and Barbara Walters turning over in their graves. Lil Meme says in Kermit, man, I sure do love me some memes. Adam Wofford says the Escapist is where works at Movie Bob. Movie Bob works at the Escapist. Oh God. Hanneman Ho. Uncivil Law, I don't believe you that this is good news. Should masking last beyond the pandemic? Flu and colds are down, spurring a debate. You better stop. If anybody thinks that masks are going away, it took Asia a very long time after SARS for masks to go away. A very long time. Hanuman Ho says, I don't know if we're going to go the full time tonight. 3 hours later. We're actually 4 hours later now. Krusty says, so like we could watch redo of Healer Uncensored together. Wouldn't things get awkward? I can't do that because redo of Healer Uncensored, I don't think it would be legally procured for people. Angry Baneling says, I wish you had ignored me with that Risk of Rain 2 news. Sorry, buddy. The Gray One says, before I forget like a moron, I wish you and your family a happy Easter. I wish you and everybody in the chat a happy Easter as well. I don't know if I will be on again before Easter itself. So if I'm not, happy Easter to y'all. We'll see. I don't know what the rest of the weekend is going to look like. Evil XY says, Biden's infrastructure plan is a rotten egg. Yes. I haven't even looked at it, and yes. No one important says, for man of culture like you who likes Redo and Overlord, I suggest either Shield Hero or Overly Cautious Hero. I've heard good things about Shield Hero. Never heard of the other one. Accipiter Assizer says, love your shows, bro. Keep it up. Hey, I will. Keep coming back and watching. As long as people are watching, I'll do shows. That's how it goes. This is too much fun of a job to not do. Brandon Wolf says, Nick, I've enjoyed the channel. Derek Chauvin, in my opinion, should be acquitted. Cuban Sammys are awesome. I am the law. Enjoy the drink. Hey, thanks. Chauvin very well may be acquitted. We'll see how it goes. And even if he's convicted, he's got, depending on what they convict him on, he's got a very possible chance of an appeal. Earlobe Druid, also. Sinan Farouk, late and gay. Oh, Sinan Farouk is how you spell your name. Gotcha. Earlobe Druid, huh? Thanks. Thank you. Angry Baneling says, if only Hamilton knew his life story was turned into gay musicals for the 21st century layabouts, poor man would have just committed seppuku. I don't have any problem with the Hamilton musical. I think it's great. It's a great musical. It really is. it presents the format of a very intriguing story in a very different way, and it's intended for a very different audience, and that's fine by me. That doesn't ever bother me at all. Arlania says, Aaron Burr or Hamilton, Nick? I'm a Burr man. Interested to see your opinion. I like Hamilton. I do. I don't dislike Burr. But dude, I gotta, this is super gay, but you know, Burr has a song Wait For It in Hamilton. And, it was kind of an inspirational song for me and this channel, at the time I was watching it. And, maybe you guys can appreciate this, but, what is the, let me look up the lyrics, because there's a specific set of lyrics. This wasn't the only one. There were 2 songs from musicals specifically that really got to me. And it was at a time when my channel was just really getting started that I heard these songs, and that I know it's really weird to be like inspired by a song, but it was the song combined with the truth of the story behind it. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. So the verse is, Hamilton faces an endless uphill climb. He has something to prove. He has nothing to lose. Hamilton's pace is relentless. He wastes no time. What is it like in his shoes? And then he says, Hamilton doesn't hesitate. He exhibits no restraint. He takes and he takes and he takes, and he keeps winning anyway. He changes the game. He plays and he raises the stakes. And if there's a reason he seems to thrive when so few survive, then God damn it, I'm willing to wait for it. Now, the interesting thing about that whole setup is the whole song is predicated on this difference between Hamilton and Burr, right? Burr is from a distinguished family. He has money and he has a reputation to protect. Hamilton is not. Hamilton is basically an orphan. He's from a poor family. He has no reputation to protect. He's allowed to take risks. But the other part of Hamilton is a relentless worker, fearless, and outspoken, consistently speaking and going and moving and doing and doing and doing and doing. That's the kind of the theme of the show, is that it seems, why do you write like you're running out of time? Why do you keep working? Why do you keep doing this like you're running out of time? And of course, it's foreshadowing his death, his early death. But Hamilton kept succeeding by keeping doing. And it was, like I said, for me, it was when I was making the transition on my channel from like a part-time fun thing to a full-time thing. And so what I was taking from that, this idea that, first of all, keep going, keep doing, keep making more. And I always love when I hear people say that they're behind on watching my shows or whatever, because my goal has always been to create more content than people can reasonably consume. That's it. And the other thing is to not stop and to not capitulate as much as possible, to keep making and doing things, and to keep being me and speaking myself, and not worrying about like some legacy, and not being a slave to the ideas of what other people impose upon you. A lot of that came from this song. So you can call me 10 out of 10 gay all you want. I'll take it. But that, those ideas, that attitude came from the realization that the success doesn't, I should say unexpected success doesn't come from people who play caution. And Aaron Burr always was cautious in the show. Like, that was the whole theme of his character. I guess I didn't really get into that. He was always waiting. He was willing to wait. He waited and waited and waited, and he never got, he had a consistent, nice, steady trajectory, but he never exceeded his expectations. He was always behind. And I didn't want to do that. So there you go. Redar says, oh, but as for Hamilton versus Burr in the musical, though, Burr's character and actor were better than Lin-Manuel Miranda by a long shot. Lamar Odom was a much better player, we'll say. Redar says, I'm all for the SOS button on Twitter for journalists. When they use it, it just plays Ocean Man on repeat for them. Fucking scissoring. Uncivil Law says, Happy Easter, Nick. Hey, thanks, buddy. Happy Easter to you, too. True SSJ Havoc says, Rackets, you are in my time zone. How are you having longer shows? It's just happening. It's just happening. No one important says, Shield Hero equals false accusation from Princess in Party and his unwanted healer. Overly cautious hero equals commentary of Dat Grind life of any RPG. That video game fail says none of the women are under 18 and none claim rape. Also seems a bunch of streamers collab to signal boost the accusation. Details are on his Kiwi Farms page. Okay, I'll try and remember. Next. Let's see. Wolfgang Deo says, hey, I'm just trying to provide defense for the indefensible. Lol, it's just that simple. The issue is that people like all these random things to be elegantly explained in a 10,495 page dissertation. Oxum's is simplest when she is normal. What is crazy? Crazy is a demonstrated pattern of behavior, and eventually someone falls into it. Bread Draconite says, in Soviet Russia, you cheerleader. Silky Johnson says, hey, Nick, did you see that EA banned some Japanese players for using the word Nigero, which means run in Japanese? Sounds to me like EA is guilty of cultural insensitivity. So are Japanese folks now guilty of subconscious white supremacy? EA is asshole. Yeah, they'll just have to fly some single-engine prop planes into the EA build. Wait, I can't say that. Wolfgang Deo says, I miss being close to Japan's big cities. Okay. I understand that small town thing. You actually care about people around you. However, everyone stops wanting to work at night. Lol. Poor Lady Rackets didn't get a sandwich full of amazing. She's not the biggest fan of these sandwiches. So Wolfgang Deo says, I am the law. I am the law. Michael Aubert, you on ADHD meds? No, I'm not. I have Provigil for narcolepsy, but I rarely take it. So it's kind of a backup prescription. If I have to drive extended different distances, then I'll do it. But no, not an ADHD meds. Probably should be, but I don't want to take them. Bad Dragonite says, also, I used to be on Ritalin for the narcolepsy as well. And I could feel my heart beating. And so my doctor's like, let's take you off of that before you die. So that's when I switched to Provigil. And I really like Provigil. It's great. It's a wonderful drug. And that's why I don't take it. Bad Dragonite says, did you hear that Marvel's new 40K series is going to cross over with Marvel's new Alien and Predator series? They aren't really, but that might be interesting to see. That would be garbage. Please never, ever suggest that again. CJ says, take a tip from Boomer Beard. Keep pen and paper near. Uncivil Law, you take Provigil every day. It's fantastic. Last time I took Provigil every day was when I was studying for and taking the bar. But no, I tend to not take it because I find myself liking it too much. Crusader Saracen says, your wife doesn't like Cubanos and you're married to this woman? Yeah, why would I'm white. I don't want her to like Cubanos. Wolfgang Deo says, have you heard how Chauvin's knee grows? Asia Frazier says, I first started watching your show in February 2019, sitting in a hospital lobby area for a week after my dad had 5 bypasses. Oh my goodness. I hope he's doing okay now. But thank you. Thank you for hanging out. I remember seeing you in the chat back in 2019. So take that. Take that. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out and joining me today. I hope you all have a blessed and wonderful Easter. Asia Frazier says, anyway, I've always enjoyed your streams. Hey, thank you. I try to keep them fun. I really do. I hope you all have a blessed and wonderful Easter. Spend time with family or friends or yourself. Take a few minutes. Take a few minutes. Even if you don't believe in God and Jesus and all that, just take a few minutes and recognize that you are worth a pause in the rest of the world. That is what, if you were a Christian, you would understand that on Easter Sunday, you were so worth a pause in the world that God sent his son to die for you. Actually, I don't think God sent his son to die. That God sent his son, that we killed him, and that God decided to use that death to teach us something about our value and raised him from the dead for that. If you're a Christian, that's where you go with that. But if you're not a Christian, and I'm not going to advocate for you to be one. I don't care if you're a Christian or not. I don't think it's as important as people think. That's me. Take a moment to realize that for one day, even if you don't think God thinks you're worth something special, you can take a moment and say, you know what? I am worth a pause for the rest of the world in whatever I'm doing, to take a few moments to myself. And never forget to take for yourself a moment here and there. All right, guys? Thanks a bunch. Have a blessed Easter. Spend it with your family if you can. Spend it with your friends if you can't. Spend it with your family. And if you don't have any friends or family relatively available, think about them. Think about them fondly and not their failures. Because they have a lot. They have a lot of failures, but think about the good parts. Wolfgang Deo says, more super chat, and Bad Dragonite says, just imagine Arnold and Danny Glover from Predator versus Tyranids. Also, happy Easter. They would get killed by a lictor in about 8 seconds. It would be great. Crusader Saracen said, clarification, I thought Cubanos is what they called Cuban sandwiches. I call them Cuban sandwiches. I mean, whatever they call them is what they call them. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Peace. But that's the wrong one. Oh my God. Imagine the boomerang of playing the fucking intro like a moron.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has
show's getting
time
started.
and
Let's
the place
go.
to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore and Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of
says, if Renzer Barajas donates $100, never stream? Lol. Why? Joshua Sanabria says, y'all ought to look up the Lorican of St. Peter. You won't regret it.
So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick.
Angry Bailing says, can you stop reading super chats over your outro? Adam Wofford says, if you want to be EFAP, make so much content it will take years to burn through. Yes.